Okay, I'm recording. We are back with Artificial Nexus, where the Nexus is indeed artificial. Last time in Artificial Nexus, Susan woke up inside a building she didn't know, and over the intercom she met the greatest character of all time, Hank. And Susan was an amnesiac, and then she discovered that the building had robots in it. And that the robots hadn't managed to kill anyone because everyone else got out except Hank, who was locked in his room. That's actually it. That's all that happened. So there you go. Now you're caught up. Hey, Hank? Read on B3. We were looking for something. Chassis storage is locked. Yep. So this is the only way we can go.
Hey, Hank.
Hey, Hank. Well, I'm still missing some rooms, but I've been to the majority of this floor now.
Have you considered...
I doubt that you'll see the whole thing. You passed the entrance to the secret room 6 times now without even noticing it.
Huh?
There's a secret room? Well, what does it have in it?
Let me explain.
That was a joke, Susan.
Oh.
I was hoping that wherever it was, it had ice cream.
That's correct.
You are correct, though. You certainly had at least a glancing look over most rooms on the floor. What do you think of Koyas?
I
guess that the main thing that strikes me is how old this building is. For a company that makes technology as advanced as you make it out to be, I would have expected something a bit more modern.
Yes.
Have you considered killing yourself? True, I suppose that is a bit of a juxtaposition. This building wasn't always a Koyas facility, though. It actually used to be a hospital.
Huh?
A hospital? It doesn't look very clean.
Well,
Wear and tear over 50 years will do that. The hospital itself was actually shut down after about 2 decades of use, from my understanding.
What do you think?
So that's when Koyas moved in?
no.
No, it was sealed off for about 10 years or so before Koyas bought it. I believe it was fairly cheap, and there was some damage that had been done to it in that time, so we had to then spend further time bringing it up to scratch. Not to mention installing cabling and the like that simply hadn't existed when the building was initially built. This was all before my time, though.
Understood.
Thanks for sharing that with me. Minus the killer robot attack, do you mind working in such an old building?
No problem.
Not at all. I've been here for long enough that by now it's quite the welcoming place to be. Disregarding days like today, of course, when the killer robots attack.
Huh?
It's like today? This isn't the first time this has happened?
I doubt that.
Sure. Let's go with that. The thing is, she's got more than one button undone, but also she has more buttons than me. Hank is such a Twitch chat backseat gamer. Susan, did you know that water is super effective against fire? Hey, Susan, do you know that the meteor armor set bonus doesn't just apply to the space gun, but also to the grey and orange Zappinators? Hey, Susan, did you know that in speedruns, they actually don't use the green shell repeatedly in Bowser's Inside Story? They use the jump helmet. Why aren't you doing that, Susan? Surely it can't be that you've tested it at least one time. You must just be a fucking bumbling moron, Susan.
Hey, Hank.
I guess that with the knowledge that this building really is pretty old, that explains the way your voice has sounded no matter where I've been.
Could you clarify?
What do you mean? How does my voice sound? It sounds perfectly fine to me. It's very... distorted? I'm hearing a lot of mechanical noises in there. At least, I think that's what they are. All the speakers must be pretty badly damaged, I think. Huh. I would not have guessed that at all. I thought you were going to say that my voice was really nasally or something. Whenever I've heard it record, I always come away going, wait, do I really sound... Whenever I've heard it recorded, I always come away going, wait, do I really sound like that?
Well...
Oh, no, I'm sure that your voice is fine normally. It's just these speakers that are affecting it. How often does somebody speak through the intercom? Have you heard how it sounds?
I don't know.
If I have, I can't actually remember. I think the intercom is more of a remnant of when this building was a hospital. They probably needed to use it to tell doctors to head to specific rooms or things like that. It doesn't really get used much these days.
Understood.
And that makes sense. Well, either way, I can understand you and your instructions pretty clearly, so no issues there. Just tell me what to do, and I'll do it. I hope the twist is Hank isn't a robot. Same. Because last time we kind of came to the conclusion that, like, it's all a bit too perfect, right? This place has been attacked by killer robots, but everyone got out except Hank, who was having a wank or something like that in his staff room and didn't realize. Also, Susan just happened to be there on that day. Everything feels too convenient, and it feels like Susan is potentially part of Prometheus being trained in some weird survival way. And that Hank is therefore an AI or something like that. Yes, also Hank is the only one who tolerates Prometheus, and nobody has emailed Hank except the boss. Hank was really busting. It feels too obvious, and I really, really hope that Hank is an old man on the moon.
That's correct.
Brilliant, that's what I like to hear.
Hey, Hank?
No, it's more than just the speakers when you think about it. Welcome in, AJ. How is everyone today? Did I ask? I don't remember. I still have last night's eye makeup on, because eye makeup is really hard to get all of it off. I did what I could, but I'm still glorious. Susan woke up in a room called Egg Carton. Hey, Wank! That's true, I forgot it was called Egg Carton. No, it's more than just the speakers when you think about it.
Could you clarify?
Or things that are damaged, you mean?
I think...
Or things that could do with an upgrade. But the speakers definitely need to be replaced with something more modern. If you're saying that they were from when the building was a hospital, then it's a miracle that they're even working. I'm dead. Catty Tabby, I am very sorry to hear that. Chat, can we all gather hands in a circle around Catty Tabby and start chanting Latin? Nitris canere, ignis sardere, glossius claudere, ventis saltare, lux congerere, tenebra operere. Did that work? I don't know Latin. You weren't chanting along with me? Well, now I look like an idiot. How do you say Hank in Latin? Hank. Names don't tend to translate. There's like 6. Ave Hank. Hank. Bane, do you think I know Latin that's not from Octopath Traveler? Like, what do you want from me here? You think I know any other Latin? The only difference between me and Cyrus is that I pronounce Latin properly.
Let me explain.
Well, as I said, I don't think they actually get used that much, so it doesn't really matter.
Nope.
It doesn't matter. If it wasn't for the intercom, I would have woken up and had no idea where I was or where everyone's gone. If anything, it should be upgraded so that if anyone's ever in this unfortunate situation that we are again, they can get out of it easier.
Have you considered...
Oh, I guarantee that anyone will be able to get out of the situation easier than us. Because if you can't get me out of here soon enough, I'll kick down this damn door.
Wow.
Have you tried that yet? It might be faster.
Let me explain.
I did, but I gave up quickly enough. I can tell that the door had some sort of reinforcement in it and wasn't going to be knocked down easily. Anyway, what were you saying about more things needing an upgrade?
I think...
Well, for one thing, I think that every room should have a little button you can press that says danger. And if you press it, it locks all the doors to that room and sends out a warning that you're in danger. So that someone can come and rescue you.
Have you considered...
Sort of like how I activated the lock to the room I'm in, and now I can't deactivate it.
Well...
The second part of my idea wasn't bad, right? Right? Hi, Lottie. Hi, Flip Styly! How are you this day? Who's your favorite Hank? Did you beat the game yesterday? I did not. A lot of people in chat started getting tired, I started getting tired, and I decided it was actually... While I could stay up and finish the game, I felt that therefore less people would get to see it than if I split it into another stream. Yes, I'd get it all done, but people would have had to watch the VOD. It felt unfair of me to do. If I'd started earlier, I think I could have gotten away with it, but I didn't. Maybe I should have just rolled with it, I don't know. Maybe if Orpheus wasn't at a wedding, I would have. But Orpheus was too busy getting married. The eye makeup was intentional, like having tired Susan. No, I'm afraid eye makeup. Robin, you're a big manly bloke. You won't understand the first thing about makeup. But it's not easy to remove eye makeup. Like to get all of it off. So I thought, fuck it. I'll do what I can do and then I'll just leave it. Had mascara on before? I do not believe you, Robin. Do you know that meme of the really big buff guys at the computer? That's you. That's how that's you. But Robin, the problem is, I've never known you before transition, right? It's the same. There was a time DD came into the Discord server and said, "Guys, I just had the best day. Someone in the shops called me ma'am." And I was just kind of like sitting there like, okay. And it took me a bit to comprehend why that might be exciting for her. So, I'm sorry, I will affirm your genders in the most boring way, in that I cannot comprehend anything other than what you tell me. You didn't exist in my mind before I met you, and therefore I have I have no reason to think of you as anything that other than how I've always known you. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. It's like showing me the color red and saying this used to be blue. I'm like, I don't believe you.
Hey, Hank.
So, now that I've seen nearly all of this floor, you can tell me. What's your favorite room?
Could you clarify?
Sorry.
Well...
Because earlier it would have been a spoiler, but I feel now that I've seen enough of things, you can tell me and it's not a big deal. It's Prometheus's room, right? You really like that little robot.
Yes.
It's not a robot, but yes, I do certainly like him. Unfortunately, you're off the mark a bit. To answer your extremely odd question, if I had to choose a location, it would be the room that I primarily work out of. I've just noticed that Hank's, icon moves when he does. But when he changes emotion, it's off by a couple of pixels. Write that down, Hank Game Dev, write that down. Programming room number 1.
That's true.
Oh, yeah, I should have guessed. You want to know what my favorite room is?
Let me explain.
I don't need to guess. It's the break room, isn't it?
Yep.
They have an arcade machine, Hank! An arcade machine!
That's correct.
See? I knew it instantly.
I think...
Not like there are many other choices. I mean, the room I woke up in is just... weird. Nobody would ever choose that as their favorite room.
I doubt
Right?
that.
Nobody here that I can think of, no. Although we are talking about employees of the same company that hired Professor Hertzing, so who knows. There we go. Okay. Just don't remember fire extinguishers, urinals, consumerism, paper clips, metal gears, Ferris wheels, cacti, or weddings. But she does love door handles. For all I know, other than myself, they'd all choose the room you started in.
I just don't know.
Arius is a really perplexing company. Just tell me to watch 2 more streams this week. That seems difficult since this weekend's in a handful of hours. 2 more of my streams specifically. Because, yeah, this is the last one I was planning on doing this week. Sorry to say. Is Twitch giving you quests? I had, when I was playing D&D once with a group, I had an NPC named Nigel. That they adopted. He was just supposed to be a hint system because I set up kind of a puzzle in the starting area but they just wanted to hit things over the head. So I invented an NPC called Nigel the Knowledgeable, and they all immediately read him as being autistic and fell in love with him because he knew everything about the local area and fuck all about anything else. But he was the most knowledgeable guy in that backwater town. So he just functioned as a hint system to get them out of there without me needing to sacrifice the integrity of the puzzle that I'd spent ages setting up. Nice little buttons on her shirt. It must take ages to do that up. But yeah, they fell in love with Nigel, but I decided that at some point they dropped Nigel off in the capital city so he could learn about magic. And when they went back later, he had only learned some parts of the prestidigitation cantrip. So I had him appear with an exclamation mark over his head and say, "Look, I have a quest!" And that's that whole story. But anyway, Twitch giving you a quest just reminded me of that. Those were happy memories. I just like the idea of NPCs putting exclamation marks over their heads as an in-universe signal for, hey, I need something, rather than just hoping someone will talk to them. Susan's actually like really thinking about picking her nose, but she's not quite sure if she should go for it yet. She's considering it though. Why is she wearing so many buttons?
Hey, Hank?
You know, when you think about it, there is some space on the floor that's being used for some kind of irrelevant stuff.
I doubt that.
Think so?
Yep.
Yeah, like where I woke up, for instance. Other than the thingy I was in, it's pretty much empty. Koya should be using it for something much better.
Could you clarify?
What are you thinking of? As I do agree, it's a bit of a waste for that room to be there. We could spread out the programming team more, or add in another...
Huh?
What? No, I was thinking of practical things. Like... Wouldn't it be much nicer if there was a pool on this floor?
What?
I, never really worked anywhere that had one as a feature of the building.
Yep.
Exactly. And that's why it'd be so good. It would show that Koyas really cares about their employees and wants them to have fun at work.
I doubt that.
Yeah. I can see a few issues with the people at the technology company going for a swim and then going to work with electronic.
That's true.
She wanted a bath first, by the way. She wanted a big shared bath for everyone to use in the toilet room. 16 buttons, 4 open. I have my button at the bottom closed. Should I open it to be more Susan core? I guess so. I feel exposed and filthy now, though. I don't normally undo that bottom one. You know what? You guys won't know. I'm gonna button it back.
That's correct.
Exactly. As I was saying, some of the members of the programming team need to share...
Wow.
Like a jumping castle!
Uh-huh.
Oh, why even bother? Who the F is Hank? This is Hank game! Oh, as of course though, you're not in the Discord server, so you have, like, you only had the opportunity to see Hank in the stream, and not in the server, where we've all just been spamming Hank, Hank, Hank game, Hank. Finish this game, I broke it. Oh yeah! Hank. Sync. Inferior other Hank. Why is somebody put an inferior copy of other Hank here? Are they trying to make me mad? Don't worry, other Hank. I won't go anywhere near it. Yeah, there's no further text. Then I wonder if there's anything in this bin. Nope. I think this tap is for employees to refill their water bottles. I don't have one, but there's nothing stopping me from drinking it directly. I can't really taste it. I don't know whether that's a good thing or not. That looks like an evacuation diagram of this floor. And yep, the way out of here is via the elevator. Like it really matters. Once I got Hank out of the room, nothing will stop us from using the elevator to leave. What happens if you find that other Hank first? Only good things, I imagine. Right, this is locked, right? Yes. Ominous. Okay, I want to deal with the robot. Ah.
Could you clarify?
What's the matter, Susan?
Well...
I can't open this door. I think that it's locked.
I suggest...
Didn't you find a paperclip in the project manager's office? You could try using that to open the door.
Wow.
That's correct.
Good idea, isn't it?
I think...
I'm not surprised at that. I'm surprised that it's called a paperclip. And on top of that, you remember that I had it. I sure didn't. Oh, we already have paperclip in here. Hack game! How do I use it to open the door?
I suggest...
Straighten it out, then try wiggling it around the lock. I'm sure it can't be that difficult.
Okay.
Sure thing. Many attempts later. Hank game, how goes it? Oh, we're all hyped about Hank game.
Hey, Hank?
I don't think that this is working. I can't unlock the door with this. Oh, wait, I think I just got it. Never mind.
What?
Wait, you did get it in the end? Sorry, I sort of zoned out of it there. So the other door is locked too. I'll unlock it now so that I can get in and out easily. Done. I really... She doesn't even mention it anymore, by the way. Susan just encounters a robot, gets into her fighting stance, and fucking takes it out.
Wow.
I forgot Susan hit like Bruce Lee. Body punchies. You'd know all about those, wouldn't you, 20? Wow! I can't believe it.
Could you clarify?
Really? This isn't that different to the rest of this floor. Is it something about the computer?
Nope.
No, not the room. I can't believe that I was able to get in. Thought he'd hit me when I'm bad. Oh, it's not when 20's bad. Sometimes when I'm gonna meet up with 20, Gooey says, Lottie, you'll have to punch 20. Like, oh, okay. And I definitely always do it. Definitely. The game's creator shows up in chat and sees us all straight up hanking it. That'd be fun. That concept terrifies me, actually. How are you today, 20 yards? My name is 20 yards. Fry? Theme? Good, better for seeing you. Check out this guy. Check out this absolute flirt over here. I would say the same, but I can't see you. I'll just have to imagine you. Oh wait, no, hold on. Fantasia. Dev team's relatively active in their Discord, but they're not relatively active in my chat. Would I sit here and go, hack game, hack game, hack game? How could they? I can't believe that I was able to get in. Using a metal Kirby thing of all things. But does that mean I no longer have the metal Kirby thing? Oh, I still have the metal Kirby thing. No, it is pretty improbable now that you mention it. I don't know what we would have done if you hadn't managed to get it in the end.
Wow.
I bet I can unlock all sorts of things now. I can use this skill to unlock the next car I see, or what if I use the Kirby thing to unlock one of those things that keep things safe?
Could you clarify?
A thing that keeps things safe?
What do you think?
You know, with the dials? And they hold money and things?
Have you considered...
Safe? I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, the thing that keeps things safe. That's what I said.
No.
Never mind. You probably shouldn't be picking those sorts of locks anyway.
Understood.
Of course. I would never. I'm just thinking out loud. On a scale of 1 to Yuri, how is this game so far? Hank. This game's a perfect Hank out of 10.
Hey, Hank?
Hey, Hank! You know, given how good I apparently am with the curvy thing, that might be a clue to my past.
Could you clarify?
Good with it?
Are you sure?
I got it in the end, didn't I? Anyway, here's what I was thinking. What's a job where somebody needs to pick locks a lot? You think that you're a locksmith?
Huh?
What?
Let me explain.
You know, they open doors and people lock themselves outside buildings and such. Legal lockpicking. And I watch the stream like how Susan stands with her hands behind her back. I prefer that to the people who watch my streams one-handed while typing in chat with the other hand. Shout out to that guy who, when I showed up, who was like a fairly regular viewer, I showed up with the goth outfit and goth makeup on to one stream. And in all caps he wrote, "Please be over 18, please be over 18, please be over 18. And it's like, oh my god, what in the fuck does that mean? What? It's funny, I make fun of 20, but he's never been anything but respectful and kind to me. The thing is, this was like 5 minutes into stream, so to this day I cannot tell, was this pre-nut clarity or post-nut clarity? Was this like, oh god, oh fuck, what have I done? After spending about 14 seconds bjorking their Shannon? Or was this like, may I Bjork, milady? I don't know. I still don't know. Bjorking their Shannon. BJORKING. Bjorking. I don't remember where it came from. The Bjork. I did say Bjork. Bjorking their Shannon. Like, obviously it came from a conversation I had with Shannon at one point, and they were like, please don't say that, that is not very Shannon-core. But I don't remember the exact specific origin. But that, yeah, that's what I call it. That's my in-joke for it. Legal lockpicking.
I'm not quite sure.
Never heard of them. No, I was thinking of the much cooler job that involves opening locks. An escape artist.
What?
As in,
Yep.
the type that gets thrown underwater and wears straitjackets and fights tigers and stuff, yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's not too difficult to picture you wearing a straitjacket. Maybe I was in that weird pod because I was planning to escape from it as part of a show. Maybe Koyas was making it for me with some extra complicated locks and things.
I doubt that.
If that's what the pod was, then you'd think I would have been told about you at some point.
I think...
Okay then, maybe this is the show. Maybe my greatest escape will be fleeing Koyas while it's under attack from killer robots, and I've wiped my own memory to forget it. Gotta admit, that'd be a pretty cool escape sequence.
Have you considered...
Except that Professor Hertzing released the robots, so you can't have planned it that far. You don't know he did. You know, though, I can think of one more career that involves lockpicking.
Wow.
Well, what is it?
Let me explain.
You could be a criminal. Snuck inside some hardware being shipped here to infiltrate the building, and you're planning on robbing us.
Hey!
Don't even joke about that. There's no way that I could be a criminal.
I doubt that.
Why not? What proof do you have?
Well...
Guess I wasn't that good at picking the lock? Hank, how could you? Look, Hank could call Susan a slur, and I think we'd all still be in chat like, praise Hank! Praise Hank!
Hey, Hank?
Come to think of it, it's a little convenient that there were lockpicks in the project management office, don't you think?
What?
Convenient. Susan, you picked up a paperclip. Probably boxes of them in every room.
Huh?
In In every room?
Could you clarify?
Yes, they... Actually, before I say what I'm about to say, how about you tell me what's on your mind? I can already tell that it's going to be interesting.
I think...
Right, so here's the thing. If it was just a few lockpicks in the drawer of one person, that wouldn't be so bad. Maybe he's secretly a criminal, or secretly an escape artist. Wait, were we praising him? I wasn't praising him. Wait, hold on, do we all hate Hank? I thought it was kind of like, it's less praise and it's more like, hey, it's Hank! You know, like when your friend Gary comes back from the urinal, and you're like, hey, it's Gary! Maybe he's secretly a criminal, or an escape artist. It's expecting a bit much of Rod.
That's true.
I can understand that. But you're telling me that they're in every room? What does everyone need them for? Is Koya's just a giant criminal empire? Are you all thieves and this is just a very elaborate cover from an incredibly convoluted enterprise?
I doubt that.
Susan, you picked up a paperclip, remember? It was in a curvy shape and you straightened it out when I told you to. Its primary purpose is to hold sheets of paper together. Not exactly a sophisticated device. Feels like a Control-Alt-Delete character. Edie, that's too far. I know we joke about slurs stuff in this chat, but you can't just say things like that about people. To the woods! To the woods with you! Teleport to the woods! Add locksmiths to the list of things Susan doesn't know? I didn't actually. Box. Wait, look! These weren't here before. Am I crazy? Like, genuinely, am I insane? There weren't pins. What is their fucking purpose? They don't do anything! It's not exactly a sophisticated device. Oh, sounding a bit suspicious. I need to look into it further once we've escaped Koyas. Note added? Wait, what? Are paperclips illegal? Must investigate further. That's not important information.
Hey, Hank.
I've got it!
Focus, Susan.
Try and find a mask or something then. I don't want to catch it when we meet up.
I think...
I've got the paperclip and I now know how to use it to unlock doors. I can open the door to the control room. I can get you out of there. No more of this running around, sorting out the door controls. We'll be out of here in 5 minutes, I guarantee it.
Have you considered...
You almost started to see the problem there, but then you completely missed it.
Okay.
It's okay. Even if it takes me a little while to open the door, it's gotta be easier than the alternative. Get ready to stretch your legs a bit. I'll have you out in a jiffy.
Did you forget?
Susan, remember how we ended up in this situation in the first place? Door is controlled by an electronic lock, remember? If it weren't for Prometheus breaking the permissions, I'd be able to open it up and escape this building.
I think...
Okay, but there's still something physical in the door keeping it shut, right? I give the hydrate down, Thea has a funny haha name. I give the stretch down, Thea has a funny haha name. I forgot to stretch this morning. There's still something physical in the door keeping it shut, right? So that means that with the paperclip, I can still get some purchase and try to do something.
I don't know.
I don't know much about electronic locks, but I know enough to know that they don't work like regular locks. There aren't any tumblers in them.
Well...
I at least had a look at the door, though.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Susan. It's a good idea, but attempting it would be a waste of time. Did it show hard she hit the shield break enemy? Wait, what? Did I break my webcam? Oh, I'm just being gaslit. Stick with the plan, and we'll hopefully see each other soon.
That's true.
Yeah, alright then. When I get my own place, I want a bigger desk so I can have a third monitor, right? So I can have game on this one, chat on this one, like I've normally got, but over here, I can have OBS on its own one, and that will be its only purpose, is so I can actually just look over and see quickly, oh, I've dropped frames, oh, something's wrong with the webcam, oh, the game's not being picked up, something like that. Because at present, I can't do that without clicking off the game, and that's fine for some things, but it's annoying for others. But also, that setup means I just need a really shitty monitor. Whereas my main one's quite good, my secondary one's actually worse than I ever give it credit for, and then this one would be terrible. On that, no, I genuinely, like, fucking monkey brain was like, okay, no. Alright then.
Hey, Hank?
Now, in amongst all the excitement of getting to use the paperclip, I never really thought to ask why this room was locked in the first place. Is it full of top secret research or something?
I doubt that.
Oh no, not at all.
Are you sure?
No secret pile of gold hidden here?
That's correct.
That would be news to me.
Well...
Killer robots weren't actually coming from this room all along?
I doubt that.
Oh, spoiler alert.
What do you think?
So why was it locked then? Sonic looks I've seen have just prevented the handle from actually moving the thingy in the door. Yeah. Okay, these ones are way fancier though. This is, Hank's got a full-on fucking Star Trek door.
Let me explain.
The answer is quite simple, Susan. It's almost too simple. When you've eliminated the impossible, everything else, no matter how improbable, must be the truth.
Huh?
The robots locked the door?
What?
What sort of impossibilities do you eliminate to come to that conclusion?
I think...
I figured that lunar rays couldn't have affected the magnetic fields of the locks and caused them to lock themselves.
That's correct.
Always a good one to eliminate first?
Well...
We're underground, see? If there was a window letting in light, though, all bets would be off.
Yes.
Of course. Anyway, the robots were not responsible for locking the door. The answer is even simpler than that. Put it bluntly, the person who works in this room is a massive dick, and he's paranoid about people changing the settings on his computer. Kieran? And he still took the time to lock things during an evacuation? Wow, that is petty.
That's correct.
No. I think that he would have gotten over it after the first 2 or 3 pranks. Fridge. This looks to be some sort of fridge. So I guess the person who works in here sometimes needs to cool down their computer with it? I can't think of another reason why they get a fridge but nobody else would. Have to mess with the settings? I really hope I'm allowed to. Book! What's this book about? It's quite thick. The reason for this definition being so important is that the assessor should be able to understand how the score given at the end is calculated. Without a clear definition of how the score is generated, a positive value produced through outliers or variables which are difficult to create may be seen as a positive, and thus weight an impractical solution incorrectly. The same applies in reverse. A negative value may be more practical than at first appears if the calculation is misattributing variables. The next requirement for a fitness function is that it should be efficient. As the algorithm will be run multiple times in quick succession, speed becomes an important factor in the overall process. With greater efficiency, more opportunities to run the algorithm appear, and through those operations we will be able to modify the algorithm thanks to greater data visibility. Thirdly, your fitness function should quantitatively measure how fit a solution is for solving the defined problem. Quantitative values are easy and speedy to use in comparisons, help provide an objective sense of how strong a given solution is. With this requirement, you may need to approximate or disregard certain values rather than risk fuzzy outcomes. Finally, the last requirement for your fitness function is providing intuitive results. Positive outcomes should be represented with positive values and vice versa. Provided you have followed the rest of the advice in this chapter, this should already be implemented and should be somewhat natural to include. In our next chapter, we will discuss how to optimize multiple objectives, how to handle objectives which may conflict with each other, and how comparisons. In English, 4 eyes. So this is AI, but not the generative sort. This is simulating evolution kind of thing. No, it's not. It's the other one. What's it called? I don't remember what it's called, unfortunately. Basically, think of a concept where you want a worm to get through a maze to find some gold, right? Genetic algorithm, thank you. So every square of the maze is a square the worm can visit. However, there's only one correct path that will take you to the gold, and other paths might take you straight into the mouth of a bird. So the first worm will move completely randomly, but when it dies, and it will weight the path that took it to the bird as holy shit, don't go that way. A very big negative score. I'll get eaten. And it won't really know how to do anything else. It won't be able to weight things positively, but it'll have results that are less negative than others at the start. And when it finally finds the gold, it'll know, right, I gotta get to that square. What's the path I've taken that resulted in the least negative result, therefore the most positive results? And it will slowly repeat that over time, and eventually you'll have a worm that can perfectly take the most optimal path straight from the entrance to the worm goal. Like a collective conscious. Kind of? I guess? The way I explained it is the only way I can really explain it, I feel. Effectively, you're simulating learning. When you first play Pokemon, you don't know what types are effective against others, you try them out at random, and slowly over time, you learn them and you get a better idea of it. You are simulating that concept with a computer, and that is one kind of artificial intelligence. Man. What a neat idea, having a fan here for when it gets hot. The person who works here must be really smart. This computer is turned on, just like the others I've encountered. I guess everyone left in such a hurry that they didn't have time to turn them on before they left. Computer. Okay, this is just the general welcome to Tachyon chat. Make sure... Yeah, we're Keaton. I don't know what else Keaton would say. I don't think we've read this one. No, we haven't. Updates available for the following libraries: Handle Mage, Collision, Real React, Paul's Me / Fast Thread, Hotman Joe / Red Polo, Spice Gist, Good Tiefling / Double Swarm. Any libraries you are using are deprecated. Consider switching these over to alternatives. Akame, can you update the libraries? After doing the usual checks, of course. Certainly. I believe I still have the commands written down. Akame, what have you done? Akame, the simulation's gone wild. Akame, this is super messed up. Akame, you need to fix this. Oh no, what's happening? Do not see. Meet me in setting and I'll show you. Kieran, I've rolled back the updates. We should be fine now. Akame, no we have not, Akame. It's fixed now, but you still need to replace Real React. I told you this before and you didn't. Prometheus, are there any bugs reported for the latest library updates? Scanning repositories. Issues have been opened within the last 24 hours for the following repositories. Real React, 41 issues, 0 closed. Spice Dish, 1 SQ, 1 closed. Why didn't you at least check the issues? Look at Prometheus. I'm sorry, I forgot that step. Yeah, and you nearly broke everything. If you'd done that, at least you could have looked into the issues and seen how safe they were, which obviously they weren't since you still haven't replaced Real React. I will speak to Rod and prioritize replacing Real React immediately. I apologize for the inconvenience I've caused. Inconvenient? That's putting it If we didn't have version control, then this would have been a nightmare to fix. We could have lost weeks if not months of work depending upon how long your library had been in there, and it shouldn't have even been in there in the first place. It's a good thing that you were able to fix this situation because it's entirely your fault. Once again, I apologize. I didn't mean to do this, and I promise I'll be more careful in the future. You'd better, I'll make you regret it. I hate him so much. Hello Kieran, and welcome to Tachyon. My integration with the system has been greatly improved compared to the previous application thanks to Tachyon's robust webhooks and expansive API. Would you like a tour of how to use me in Tachyon? What's is different? Thanks to Tachyon, several new features can now be integrated, such as data analysis of conversations across different chats, learn how much time you're spending talking when you should be working, smarter notifications. Now you can get notifications when your work efficiency is dropping, as a reminder to keep up the high standards the course adheres to. Automatic recording. Did you forget to record that meeting or bathroom break? Now these can be set to automatically start recording based on your probable current activity from data analysis. These are just some of the great new features from Prometheus can do in the new Tachyon integration. I'm as keen to start using them as you are. Set up new reminder. Bees can only collectively be called a swarm when there are 500 or more of them in a single cluster. Always remember to count the number of bees before declaring that one is a swarm. What? Prometheus, how much time is that can be spending on working? I'm sorry, but other users' records and habits are confidential information for non-managers. If you would like a detailed breakdown of your own habits, however, feel free to ask and I'll give you one. Record your bathroom break? Do you not record your bathroom break and upload it to your OnlyFans? Okay, I can use this against Akemi. Please give me a record breakdown of my working time. It looks like you want a breakdown of your working time, exported as a record. Is this correct? Yes. I'm sorry, you haven't currently set up Prometheus to record your working time. Would you like to do so? Yes. Prometheus will now record your working time for you, in addition to a record from management. Thanks for using this exciting new feature. Prometheus, can you set up a block for me like Nikki has? I'm sorry, I'm a simple bot and I'm limited in my responses. Please try saying that differently. I want you to block people when they talk to me, like Nikki has. I'm sorry, I don't recognize that command or functionality. Feel free to raise it with your manager, and if they approve it, it may end up being added later in the future. Wait, I did type wank. Intrusive thoughts. Okay, we've already read with Nikki. Yeah, I've already read Nikki. I've already read this one too. A clear virus. Yeah, no, we read Sigurd. We read Linnea, because this is why we know that the password rotates. I don't think we've read Akemi though. I have a quick question to ask you, Kieran. The simulation you gave me to run was a bit slow, so I connected some more power supplies as you suggested. Is there any particular reason that the power supplies are not always connected? Yes, obviously. What reason would that be? Bit draw too much power. Keeping them on for too long is bad. I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand how that is the case. They generate lots of electricity, which means they are creating big magnetic fields. If they're connected too long, then they make other devices go funny. One time, they were even all started up too quickly, and it made a small lamp. Always make sure you wait at least 2 or 3 minutes before activating them. Write something in every chat so you know you read it. I really should. I'm surprised they have that much power. Thank you for the explanation. Make sure you disconnect the supplies if you're done. I suppose I should ask you, Kieran. Do you know any of the areas in facility that are off limits, or maybe discouraged from going? What do you mean? There would naturally be areas in this facility that are private for one reason or another. I would like to know where they are. Why do you want to know? I would not wish to stumble into an area I'm not meant to be in and end up reprimanded. Because you're already being told off for being bad at programming and you don't want to get into more trouble? Lol. Of course, that is something to factor in. Yeah, of course you're getting told off. Can I just say, the worst thing about this game, and this is like a genuine, this is like my main criticism here. We know already that everyone got out alive, and that unfortunately means that we won't get to find Kieran's dead and broken body somewhere. Of course you're getting told off. Apologies for disturbing you, but did you have any errors to tell me of or not? I hope I'm not being too much of a bother. Why do you think that you'd be going to one of them anyway? Just don't go near a sign that says restricted area. Not that you could get in anyway. Why do you say that? Because just like you need a keycard for the first and second floors, you also need keycards for the restricted areas. So you won't get in any more trouble than you're already in for your coding. We got hit by a car! If I get disabling, got hit by a car! So unless I were to get a keycard from, say, Rod, I wouldn't be able to get into any restricted areas. Did you not read the words I'm saying to you? That's literally what I just said. Rod is one of the keycards then? I don't know, probably. Not him then, someone higher up who's in a different part of the building. This is very useful information, Kieran, thank you. Are you saying I'm not normally useful? I'm saying that you were helpful on this occasion. I apologize if my tone's not made that clear. Oh, so other times I'm not helpful? You're so blunt all the time. Learn some tact. I apologize. Did I unintentionally offend you? Me telling Rod. There we go, now we know we've read all of those. Really, I should have been doing that sooner. There. Now that person. Why'd you correct that? Because I want to know I wrote it. And there we go. I'll know I wrote that one. Honk, 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 honk.
I think...
Make sure you stretch at home. Is your Discord just like a flock of geese? Yeah. Oh, we have games nights. We have questions of the day. Currently, Leah's running a month-long discussion of creating a Pokemon fan region. It's pretty fun. Look, it's a streamer's Discord server, but it's actually fun because you know it's mine, and I don't really, you know, I therefore interact with it. But at the end of the day, you know, I'm aware that they're all basically the same. I have to go and pee and then make a sandwich. Please don't be funny when I'm gone. So chat. In a wasp nest, there's like all these wasps, but one of the wasps is like this really smart wasp, okay? And this wasp is like really smart. And all the other wasps are like, no, you're so smart. You're too smart to be staying in the hive with us. You know, you should actually go on and do something with your life. So the wasp's like, yeah, you know what, you're right. And he applies to go to Harvard, and he's such a smart wasp, he gets into Harvard. And he spends years studying there, and he manages to become a fully fledged doctor, and he's he's one of the smartest students Harvard have ever had, and they're like, wow, this is impressive. This wasp is so smart. That's crazy. So, you know, he's graduated and everything, he's celebrating, and he decides to go back home to the Hive to see his family and all of his friends, and they've actually thrown a surprise party for him for this really smart wasp. And, you know, everyone's like celebrating him, and it's like a really good day for him. And he's like, I'm a little bit thirsty, so, you know, I might go and get myself some alcohol. But the alcohol line is like way too long. He's like, okay, well, maybe I should just get myself something to eat, so I'll stop by the snacks. But, you know, he turns around and he sees, oh man, the snack line is also just way too long. Like, well, that's okay, because I was thirsty anyway, but if I can't get an alcoholic drink, maybe I can get something else. And he's like, oh, I know, I'll get myself a cup of fruit punch. And he turns around and lo and behold, there's no punch line. Type to search the knowledge base or select a popular article from the sidebar. Plus 200? Thank you, thank you. So that's a total plus 198. Star button until way later? Are you stupid? Hank! He's 46? Hank Emmerich. Employee ID 75787. So stupid I have a master's degree? Same! Welcome in, Nanignal. How goes it? In fact, how goes it? Keeping things vague. Excellent work who's come with some strong solutions for the company. Worth keeping in contact with. Roderick. I don't remember his full name, I don't care. There's only one Hank, though? Yeah, Jin's not there. He's 42. Tends to spend more time talking than working, but ultimately a productive member of the team is worth having. Eden Kits. Roderick, what should I put in for a quote? Excellent programmer and brilliant developer. Knows his code inside and out and should be listened to. I don't know these people's names. Sigurd? Bardson. I am not a number. I am a free man. I will not be pushed, filed, what is it? Stamped, briefed, debriefed, labeled, indexed, or numbered. Friendly, personable, and appreciated for his ability to work with any team. Adaptive and flexible in his work, Sigurd is a valuable asset for Koi's. Sigurd, I'm gonna be so real, don't remember your wife's name. Sorry, mate. Nothing on Susan?
I'm not quite sure.
Clearance level black is required to view this information. What's level black? Hank, do you have any idea what this could mean?
I'm sorry.
Not at all, sorry. It's probably best not to overthink it, though. I could see it referring to someone completely different to you. Yes, that's possible. That's not what I expected. I'm trying to remember the name of literally any of the Susans who Hank named earlier. I could try Hertzing. Search for Big Chungus. No results found. Tachyon. Tachyon is the primary messaging system used within Koi's, replacing the previous one, Lightspeed. Tachyon has been integrated with Prometheus, spoken through it, in addition to group conversations and direct messages. As Tachyon has only been recently added, at this time several features have been disabled to promote productivity and prevent errors. Over time, these features will be added back in. Furthermore, while the integration with Prometheus allows for the retrieval of previous messages from Lightspeed, these currently take some time to retrieve from the server they are stored on. If you need to view older messages, please be patient while they load. Remember to check back your computer previously. Lightspeed, no, we're not going that far. What were any of the Susans called? It was like Susan Goodfriend? That was one, right? They all had pun names. Koya's Computing Operations for Electronic User System was initially started in 1979 by founders Hironaka Katsuro and Robert Trask. Working out of Hironaka's garage to begin with, the two chose the name Computing Operations for Electronic User System for the company, both because it reflected the initial purpose of the company and because it formed the acronym Koyas. Koyas, also known as Koyas or Polis, was a mythical titan whose name can mean intelligence. This reflected the goals of Hironaka and Trask well, as they wanted to work intelligently and with only the most advanced systems available. Today, Koyas is one of the most popular technology companies in the world, and is looking to only grow further. By working with Koyas, your future is looking secure and bright. Oh, Jesus! Chat, I'm not reading this. You can slow down and read it frame by frame at home. COVID-19 reference, hey ho. What's this hentai virus thing Orpheus keeps telling me about? Oh. Tachyon's right here. Hey Lottie. Hi Dee Dee. Hank. We read about Prometheus. We read about Tachyon. We did not read about Prometheus yet. I kind of forgot we didn't do that. I thought we did. Oops. Prometheus is an advanced AI kindly provided to Koya several years ago by a generous party who chose to remain anonymous. Well, there's nothing suspicious about that. Since then, he has been improved upon and programmed further by diligent Koya's employees who have helped make him one of the most advanced AIs in the world. Prometheus is the core of Koyas and helps to not only run things behind the scenes, but to inspire and teach employees every day. If you haven't tested out Prometheus yet, you can communicate with him through our messaging system, Tachyon. Try asking him for a fun fact or a joke. He'll have you rolling on the floor with laughter within moments. Of course, if you're looking for assistance, he can help you there too. Just type in what you'd like him to help you with, and he'll bring you the answer immediately, saving you valuable company time. I'll try it. Tell me a joke. A single note of silence. A drop of water evaporating. An empire crumbling underneath its own weight. It's probably funnier in German. Software testing. If you are a programmer, there's a good chance that you'll be asked to test your software across a wide variety of environments. The fastest way to do so is by using the testing computer on the third basement floor. It can run multiple simulations simultaneously, saving you a wealth of time. If your simulation is taking too long to finish running, then it may be demanding too many resources of the computer. If you find yourself in this situation, you can connect more power supplies to the computer, provided that you don't connect too many in a short period of time. The process of connecting them can draw a lot of power and interfere with other electronics in Koyas. The testing computer uses a command line interface to interact with, so that more computing power can be devoted to simulations. Common commands can be found by searching for them, or clicking on the popular links to the right. Oh, here they are. Oh, this is cute. Two if serious trouble. I'm not gonna go through the code. The history of results from memory and start again. cron job on the testing computer runs this automatically at the end of each working day, but it can be useful to run manually. I've never given a man a cron job before. Copy. Copy a file from one destination to another. Most often be copying a file from a disk to the computer. Yeah, I figured that some of this stuff might be important. Cron job entail? I don't know, I've never done it. 20! 20, what's a cron job? My name is 20 Yards. Job means a command running at regular intervals. And what date would I normally do this on? 8 PM every Tuesday? 20, what are you doing on Tuesday? Any codes that can be used to decrypt files or folders encrypted from this computer. Ideally, you should be using a version of Tartarus and your private key to decrypt any encrypted files you have been given, as this functionality has mostly been deprecated in favour of it. But it can be useful when interacting with some legacy projects or when you need to decrypt a file on a freshly installed OS. The last few commands successfully run on the computer, useful for confirming exact commands used. Koya's uses VaultGuard branded electronic locks around the facility as a security measure. These locks can be opened using an electronic fob or by getting someone with access to the controller computer to unlock it for you using a code. Should you be unable to access a door, you can call VaultGuard for remote unlock. You can get the number and security code from your manager. Please remember to lock doors as you pass through them and to regularly rotate door code. Surveillance. An unfortunate side effect of Koya's advanced technological developments is that other companies sometimes get jealous. Did we end before figuring out what to do with the discs? Yes, and I think this is going to give us some more information on that front. For top-of-the-line panopticon cameras, Koya's is able to provide an environment which is secure and safe from outside intruders. Cameras have correctly identified culprits in 98.76% of break-ins at 13 different facilities. You can rest assured that if any would-be burglar did manage to steal your worker items, they would be caught and turned over to the justice system swiftly. Elevator access. Except for the ground floor, all floors in the facility require a keycard in order to be accessed. If you lose your keycard, please report it to security immediately. Required access to another floor, speak to your manager. Employees are not to loan out keycards or give other employees access to their floor without gaining approval from their managers first. Working day, recording time. While working through the day, please ensure that you are tracking your phone through Time Watch, which should be installed on your phones. Furthermore, ensure that you're breaking up your time into one of 3 categories: work, meeting, and breaks. This allows the company to add up the total hours spent on each category each month and estimate future projects and task completion time. Task assignment. Your task for your current project will be assigned to you by your current manager and should always be clear. Any employee who works on tasks other than those assigned to them without prior approval will receive a warning. If you are finding that a task cannot be completed at present due to external factors, speak to your manager so that they can explain to you what is being executed incorrectly. Breaks. Any prostates? That reminds me, what did... Has Leah seemed ready to kill someone yet because of that month-long thing? No, she's been loving it. They're not all the same, some streamers are cishet. I'm cishet passing. I kiss boys. CR software misread some J and I as I as opposed to J and I is L, J and L is I, J and I is things vague, improving. Oh hell yeah. So I missed like every message. How did I miss so many? Okay. Red and yellow thing behind you. Oh, that's the flag of Romania. Each employee gets 2 10-minute breaks per day and a lunch break of between 30 to 60 minutes. Any employee who does not adhere to the following rules will receive a warning. Jesus. 10-minute breaks must be taken between 10 and 11. Lunch breaks must be taken between 12 and 2. No more than 2 employees on a project are to be on a 10-minute break at the same time. No more than 3 employees on a project are to be on their lunch break at the same time. Employees who take a 30-minute lunch break may finish for the day at 17:06. Employees who chose to take a 60-minute lunch break must ensure they stay back until 17:36 at minimum. Toilet breaks may be taken throughout the day as needed, but are not to exceed more than 10 minutes of the day. What if I need to shit? What if I just really need to pee a lot? I wish it wasn't funny. Gooey, I told a joke and I got a plus 198. Because Robin gave me a plus 200 and, you know, someone else whose name will not be named gave me a minus 2. Cafeteria. Boys are encouraged to visit Koya's cafeteria where a wide range of food, including vegetarian, vegan and gluten-free options, are available each day on a rotating basis. Are more than 2 employees on a project allowed to pee at the same time? No. Only if they... No, well, actually no, because they only have 1 stall. I forgot about that. I work limited time for toilet breaks, I would send evil robots. Boss makes a gallon, I not a drop. So on time, I sit on the toilet and plop. That's beautiful, Dee Dee. That's, Shakespeare. Including vegetarian, vegan, and gluten-free options are available each day on a rotating basis. Employees who eat at the cafeteria for more than 30 working days in a row will receive a 5% discount for as long as they continue their streak, and employees who eat at the cafeteria for more than 60 working days in a row will receive a 10% discount for the duration of their streak. Fun! Other. Watch streaks at work. They are FOMOing the cafeteria. Annual leave. Employees are given up to 4 weeks of annual leave per calendar year. Leave may be taken in lieu with approval from your manager. To request annual leave, please bring form H89 filled out to your manager, then fill out forms T21 and JO2 once they have been given to you. Is JO2 like that JOI thing DD keeps telling me about? Please wait up to 1 business week for approval once this step has been completed. Sick leave. Employees receive up to 2 weeks of paid sick leave per calendar year. Any employee who calls in sick must provide a medical certificate in order to qualify for sick leave. Yes? Okay. A common misconception is that paid sick leave can be used for medical appointments such as surgery or counselling. However, this is incorrect. Sick leave can only be used for unexpected occurrences of illness or injuries. The above examples would require annual leave to... Sorry. Surgery! Alright, okay. Payslips. Employees are paid their payslips every fortnight on a Friday. If you have not received a payslip, please inform your manager so that it can be sorted out. Someone wanted me to search up something else. Yeah, can I search cron job? Can I fuck? Remember, the thing that people asked me to search up was not going to have results. Knowledge base. No. Worth a try though. Artificial Nexus. Twitch. Streaming. Streaming. Streamer. Hey Hank. Egg Martin. No. Oh, we got some information. Copy on the testing computer will run the corresponding command with different parameters available to be passed in using file and destination. This is not useful. Oh. What the fuck? I don't need that anymore. I don't think this is helpful. Okay, well that's that computer. Mess up the settings? It didn't let me. You look up feet? Only because it's for you. Ah, not on these work computers.
Hey, Hank.
So, Hank,
Yes, Susan?
What do you think?
do you do any work out of this room?
That's correct.
As a matter of fact, I do. I work at the fart table programming. At the fart table. I'm looking at Pro 34 on the work rig. Really? Then where's your computer? It isn't that weird device sitting on it, right?
Let me explain.
It isn't, no. I bring in my computer to work. I don't like those bulky things that my coworkers use. It's too annoying for when you need to work on something on the fly or away from work. Easier by far to just have a laptop. Then you can be flexible with regards to where you work. Works like hashtag Rule 34 channel. Rule the Wordle channel. Man, I was annoyingly good at Rule 34. Chat, do you remember when Dee Dee was gonna make sure there was Rule 34 of me? And then she hired someone to do it? Or she was gonna, and the guy was like, sure, I'll get to work on that, and then you can pay me. And then the guy discovered God and stopped drawing hentai. I still think that story's funny as fuck, I don't know. Again, I'm not saying I had anything to do with it, but I really like the idea that my sheer existence made this guy go, nah, must be a higher power.
Understood.
That makes sense. Although, that still doesn't explain where your computer is. Did you decide not to take it with you today?
Have you considered...
Did bring it in, but then I moved it to the control room with me.
Okay.
Oh, that makes sense. I'm guessing that you've been doing programming while I've been exploring?
I doubt that.
No, the situation is a bit too dire for me to program. It's real? I thought that was a bit. No, that's... ask Dee Dee. This is her last chance to get out of it, I guess, if she says it's not real. Up to her, really. Dee Dee, is that a real story?
That's
Oh,
true.
Yeah, I guess it'd be weird for you to start making the coding right now, wouldn't it?
Let me explain.
Besides, I can't listen to any music or anything right now since I need to keep talking to you. It makes things much harder.
Hey, Hank?
Yes, Susan?
What did you mean that you said when you couldn't listen to music or anything while talking to me? What does that have to do with coding?
Let me explain.
Oh, well, since coding can often be a one-person job, developers are often working solo. So, while we're working, a lot of us usually put some headphones on and listen to music or a podcast while we're at work. It's quite useful. It can block out many distracting noises, it's quite pleasant, and it aids in concentration while working. Right, Dianthe of the poll, tell us how many things about Pokemon number 74 that is. Why are you asking her about fucking Tentacruel right now, on the clock? It's Tentacruel, Dee Dee, it's Tentacruel. It's not. It's Geodude. Do you just know that? Yes. I'm pretty good with the Gen 1 Pokemon. You give me a Pokedex number, I can generally figure it out. Why say the number? So that Vane could go, that's Geodude, and put on his nerd glasses and act like the smartest person in the room. But also it gave me the opportunity... Who's number 1 then? Bulbasaur. It also gave me the opportunity to pretend it was Tentacruel, who, to be fair, is 73. but I just wanted to pick out, you know, the tentacle Pokemon for DD to go looking up. So smart, it's hot as fuck. Go on, someone give me a number between 1 and 151, and I'll impress you by probably getting it wrong, now that I've bigged myself up. 47? Oh god, it's actually in a little bit of a weird order. That's in your sort of, I think that's Parasect? 52 is Meowth. 98 is Krabby. 100 is Voltorb. 7 is Parasect. Yay! Told you. A pretty impressive party trick, thank you. What number is Wooloo? Shit. I don't often have to do these in reverse. Should know. Yep, let me... I'm gonna keep my eyes closed so you know I'm not cheating. The problem is, I actually don't know what number Gen 7 ends off of. It's gonna be like 830 or something, Wooloo, but I don't actually know the number. I'm sorry. What number is Rookidee? Rookidee's gonna be like 8. I'm gonna say 816. What was 831? There is Eldegoss. Yeah, Eldegoss is weirdly early in the decks. I think that's wrong. I don't know. I don't remember what number Grookey is the issue, so I'm trying to just... 821 is Rookidee. I was pretty close with 816. Yeah, for some... Look, hold on. 151, 251, 386, 493. Kind of falls apart for me. $649 is Gen 5, 649. 721 is the end of Gen 6. But then I don't know the end of Gen 7, I don't know it. Pokemon number 666, Vivillon. And then Gen 8 ends on 905, and Gen 9 ends on 1025. Almost Melmetal? That's what's fucking me up. I genuinely think that's what's fucking me up here. I like Sprigatito, because that cat is my goat, along with Wooloo and Chien-Pao. Well, I mean, that's not a particularly difficult one. 6, right? Got me overthinking it now, but I feel like it should be 906. I'm scared now, because I just said 905 was the end of Gen 8. 806, wait. No, it can't, no, 906. Pretty easy one, because I know anything about Pokemon. Okay, well, I mean, don't be wrong, it had me... What about Chien-Pao? Chien-Pao is... Oh fuck, what order did... The end of the Gen 9 decks is a little confusing. Because you've got Paradox Pokemon, Legendaries, Gimmighoul and Goldengo, and the Figibax line, and they go in kind of a weird order. I want to say it's Paradoxes, then Frigibax, then Gimmighoul and Goldengo, then the Ruinous Quartet, which would make Chien-Pao 1003, because I think the order is Wo-Chien, Chi-Yu, Chien-Pao, Ting-Lu. Then I think after that it's Roaring Moon and Iron Valiant, and then Miraidon on Miraidon. And so use your guess? Yes. Two. Wu Chen Ting Chi. Chi was last? Right, damn. Yeah, Iron Valiant and Roaring Moon are later than the others, because they're 20 base stat total higher and therefore deserving of legendaries. Close though, you are the GOAT. Thank you, thank you. Do you like Chien-Pao? It's my least favourite of the four. But I liked it more when I kind of looked into its origin. So it's based off of a creature in folklore that people disagree on whether or not it was like a white tiger or whether it was a weasel. So as a result, they made Chien-Pao kind of a combination of the two, and I think that's cool. Chi-Yu is the fish and it is perfect. It's a perfect creature. Wu Chen is the snail, and it's a perfect creature. And Ting Lu is a moose, and therefore I have to like it. You know, my mum and all that. So I'm afraid Chien-Pao gets the, Y'all enjoy my party trick? Blocked. I have to hate it because your mum. Hey, I like Ting Lu. Out of the fish. Chi-Yu is my favorite legendary Pokemon. It was Mewtwo for years, simply because I wasn't too big a fan of most legendaries. And then they created this funny little fish, and I was like, yes. Yes. I just like Wooloo. I do actually really like Wooloo. And the runes are a solid 4 for 4. I think they're a really good legendary quartet, yeah. Definitely don't have autism, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Without looking, what's the number of the decapitated head behind you? Oh, Pichu? Christ, that's, It's gonna be like 173 or something. I didn't go through the Pokemon in my head. That's a rough ballpark. You play Pokedoku sometimes? No, not really. Because the start of the Johto Dex is weird. You've got the starters, then you've got Sentret, Furret, Hoot Hoot, Noctowl. Then you've got Ledyba, Ledyaan, Spinarak, Ariados. But then it gets funky. Pokemon has Terra type. What? I want to say then it's fucking Chinchou for no reason, but it might actually just go straight into Cleffa and Igglybuff. No, Crobat's before the babies. It's nonsense is what it is. It's nonsense. I don't know who ordered the start of that dex. It's weird. Really weird. The start of the Johto dex is not something I have ever been able to learn, but as the start of the other dexes, I can generally do pretty well. With the Johto dex, it's just put in whatever fucking order. Crobat, Chinchou, Lantern, babies. See, what is that? What is that? Do you know who's not been seen yet at that stage in the Pokédex? Mareep! Terra, not Terra. There's lots of Terra. What? Are you going for Terrapagos? Cause I don't know. Bloody self-compliment. Thank you very much, Carla. My self-compliment of the day is that I could drink this whole bottle of sweet chili sauce in one go. Any of them? Sheep, every single Pokemon in Gen 9 can terrestrialize. That's why I'm confused about what you're asking for here. Guinea Lottie Con is that I can be quite entertaining with my neurotypical ability to talk about Pokemon for hours on end. You know, we've just, let's be real, we kind of checked out of Hank a while ago, but I like to think I've still been interesting, so that's fun. The whole segment was a lot of compliment, and over here cartoon heart-izing. How close was I with Pichu? Repicos is normal type and can tear into Stellar. Well, that's why I'm confused about what Sheep wanted, because every Pokemon apart from Ogerpon can tear into Stellar. But Terapagos is like maybe in another language, Stellar is called the Terra type. 172. I said 173. But having not worked through it. That too, but I've so far not seen a single neurotypical person tolerating me in that mode with enthusiasm. I like Pokemon. What does Terapagos do that others don't? So Terapagos starts out as a normal type, and its ability causes it to instantly transform when it's sent out into battle. And then if you terrestrialize it, it can only ever have the Stellar Terra type. And if you terrestrialize it, it transforms into another different form. It's the only Pokemon... kinda... You know what, I'm gonna say it is the only Pokemon that properly changes form when terrestrializing. Ogerpon does its own funky thing, but it's not really the one terrestrializing, so there you go. None of us here is neurotypical. 20's neurotypical. Sometimes when I start waffling on about something, he's like, "Oh, please be silent. I wish to file my taxes." It's quite useful. It can block out many distracting noises. It's quite pleasant, and it aids in concentration while working. That's why I said what I did. It's much easier to code while listening to music or something similar.
Wow!
Wow! That sounds really cool. What sort of music do you like?
I suggest...
Usually put on some classical music while at work. Mozart's Symphony No. 1 is always a go-to, but Brahms is a good alternative. His work always makes me feel powerful. My autism test came back negative because I had dinner plans after. What? Final question. Do you have dinner plans after this? Yes. Ooh, you fell into the trap! This is our justification. You know, I think if there's anyone who should, I'm gonna be real. Hot take here. I don't think doctors are qualified to diagnose autism. I think that who should instead be qualified? Because think about it. Doctors a lot of the time, they are some of the more privileged members of society in how they got there, right? You have to be able to mentally do a lot of work, focus on a lot of things, meet a lot of people, have the money for it. There's a lot that goes into it that results in doctors needing to be very, quote-unquote, normal people who have experienced few hardships, on the whole. Now, who would be better at diagnosing autism and other mental illnesses? I think they should be hiring high school bullies, because they can always tell. I'm not sure how they do it, but there's something in them that allows them to sense it. They're also able to pick out, you know, like gayness and things like that, which could be useful in some aspects. So I think if we take high school bullies and kind of blend them into a juice, maybe we can extract that stuff from it, that knowledge. I think Terapagos the only Pokemon has Terra special moves. Is Terra Starstorm? Not... Doesn't it stay normal? unlike Terra Blast when you're Stellar type? I can't remember. Shit. I know it changes to become multi-target when you're terrestrialized. It's typeless. Yeah, okay. But for the sake of, you know what, for the sake of Sheep's girlfriend, we'll, you know what, we'll say it's Stellar. I don't wanna bully her. She showed up once in chat and I was mean to her and I've regretted it ever since. But yeah, Terablast, which every single Pokemon can learn, also is able to turn Stellar, so I'm sorry about that, Sheep. You gotta get a new one. Do you like classical music at all, Susan?
What do you think?
I don't think so. What do they sound like?
Have you considered...
If you don't already know them, there's no point trying to describe them. I was laughing about it, don't worry. Well, that was the goal, but then she didn't say anything else in chat, and I got real worried. I was like, oh no. What if I've been the cause of divorce in the Sheep household? Is VC with me? Oh, thank God. Okay. VC stands for vase sitting. When was the last week of facing jokes? Okay, good, good. You're corrupting her. Look, you said it first. You said if I get this skip, my girlfriend will sit on my face. So I have to lock in, or something like that. You don't already know them, there's no point in trying to describe them. The way to experience them is to listen.
Understood.
Alright, I'll try and remember to look them up. Is there a chance we can look at Brahms? What's happening in Hank game? I don't fucking know. Well. Hank is locked in his Hank room and we're trying to unlock it, but we need a disc in order to do that, and we need to put the disc somewhere. Why is the catching animation Sword and Shield so slow? I will not disparage Sword and Shield in public. Is it? Honestly, I don't think I ever really... I'm not a huge fan of Sword and Shield, but that's... I've completed the Pokedex in it twice, and that's not something I ever noticed, personally. Violet's really fucking fast. Well, Scarlet and Violet's kind of broken, because in Scarlet and Violet you get critical captures all the time. Because that game's coded so that if you catch a Pokemon that is already in your Pokedex, the game just goes, yeah, do the critical capture animation. I mean the animation. Well, that means that in general it goes faster, because you're just only seeing one shake. My game is just ADHD bait for talking about every minor object in the room. That's true. I don't remember. Here's the thing. I don't remember Scarlet and Violet being fast either, so I don't know. Power Sword and Shield Public. The graphics of those wild areas are ported directly from Mario Golf 64. Aria, normally you have unique and interesting opinion. I didn't think I'd ever need to hear about that fucking tree again. I thought as a society we'd move past it. We will never escape the ugly tree. We will never escape the ugly tree. Hank!
Hey, Hank?
What was that other thing you were saying you listened to?
I don't know.
Don't know what you're talking about, sorry. What exactly did you think I said?
I think...
You said it was the thing that wasn't to do with music? Something to do with fishing, I think?
Could you clarify?
I still have no idea what... Wait, are you thinking of podcasts? I didn't even mention a tree. Oh, come on, it's the ugly tree. But you saying that gave me just 7,000 war flashbacks. Hey, Hank! Do you remember the tree from Sword and Shield? Hey, Hank! What was that about the ugly tree? What is the ugly tree? So, you know how when you went online for the Generation 5 coming out, everyone was just like, ice cream cone. Worst games ever, running out of ideas, and it was all you could hear. When Generation 8 was what was going to come out, I was trying to avoid everything about it, and all I could hear was, tree very ugly! I don't remember seeing it in game ever, but it was like the big thing people... It was genuinely the way people boiled down any complaint was tree look bad. And the thing with Sword and Shield, now this is a bit Goomba fallacy of me and I respect that, but the thing with tree bad and graphics bad is that I spent years going through graphics bad, graphics in Gen 8 bad, graphics in Gen 8 terrible, graphics bad, looks terrible. And then when BDSP came out, all I could hear was, why doesn't it look like Sword and Shield? Why didn't they take the Sword and Shield style? Why did they do this style? Why did they do the chibi style? I hate this. Why didn't they do the Sword and Shield style? And again, I respect Goomba fallacy. It was not necessarily the same people, but it made me want to pop my eyes out. Wait, are you thinking of podcasts?
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. What's a podcast exactly?
I suggest...
It's sort of, well, it can be anything, really. Yeah, the Somnium Files? Exactly. I think it kind of looks a bit like that, too. It's... Oh, sorry, that's a bit vague, isn't it? Also, sorry. Wasn't Hank 42? I just...
I'm not quite sure.
Don't really know what you mean by anything, no. "46? That's even worse. That's even older. Press 1 in chat if you're 46. Ash, press 1. Welcome in, Ash.
Let me explain.
Let me start again. A podcast is usually somebody or multiple people recording themselves talking. It could be a scripted fictional story, a documentary, some people discussing recent events in their lives, anything that people might find entertaining, really.
Wow!
I don't entirely get it, but it sounds kind of neat. What podcasts do you listen to?
Have you considered...
Don't really listen to many, since they can be a bit more distracting than music while at work. But there's one about movies that I really like to listen to when I've got some quiet time. There was this amazing episode about Colossus, the Forbin project, which I keep coming back to. It was very inspirational. Does that go on the list? What podcasts is? She doesn't know plurals? Nah, she's okay.
Understood.
I have no idea what that is, but I'm glad you liked it. And Koyas doesn't mind at all that you're listening to these podcasts?
That's correct.
If they do, they haven't made it clear. I think that as long as I'm doing what I'm meant to, they don't pay too much attention to what else is going on. Welcome in though, Ash. How are you today? Are you still a little EP Ash? Don't worry there, Lou there. I'm just a little EP Ash round, I am. Have you heard of Joe Rogan? I find his takes insightful.
I just don't know.
This is a really mystifying company. I did just wake up, yes. I suspected as much. Can everyone say good morning, Ash? Good morning, Ash. There we go. I'm assuming everyone else said it, like, out loud. It's fine with me.
Hey, Hank.
Hey, Hank! Sounds like your work is pretty flexible with how you do things. As long as you're doing what you're meant to, they don't really pay too much attention to what else is going on. Did you not read the schedule? You're only allowed to pee for 10 minutes a day? And you can't have surgeries? That doesn't fall under medical leave?
That's correct.
Fascinating observation, Susan, given that I said the exact same thing just before. Discovered Lottie streams exclusively in 1080p now, which is bad for saving these streams. Okay, Ash, I save every stream. Also, I have changed nothing about my settings. I don't think that's on me. I think that's maybe Twitch being a dick. It's possible... This is gonna sound weird. It's possible if I became a partner, you would be allowed to view my streams at a lower resolution, but to cut down on bandwidth, they've decided to make it so that smaller streamers only get what they're putting out rather than converting it into anything lesser. I'm not sure if that's the case, but that's my immediate theory. Because, I've not changed anything. Gives affiliates the options based on compute demands at that time. Boom. My theory was correct. I only have 1080p. That's a lot. Can you give one to Robin? Robin's always in my DMs like, "Hello Lottie, I would really like to be given a penis. I am Robin." And I go, "Nah, Sonny, I'm not falling for that." In 79p resolution is hilarious. Not as hilarious as Robin's 1p resolution. I go with the high rate 80. And the stretch. Are I coming in 5 minutes? I think we've been in this room for the entire past hour, by the way. I think we've been in this room since the last ad break. Now, chat. I'm gonna ask a question. I want y'all to be obvious, okay? Obvious, honest. Do you all want more Hank game streams after this one, or will this have fulfilled your quota of Hank game stream? Would you rather just streams with me on a blank background, sitting and staring into the camera, and rattling off Pokemon in order? Because I can do that. I can do that. Great minds think alike. But what I was really thinking about is that it sounds like being a programmer is fun. When I get my memory back, wouldn't it be fun if it turned out that I'm actually a programmer from elsewhere in the building?
Yes.
It would be unexpected, that's for certain.
Wow!
I can picture it now. I could listen to things about different types of food and what they taste like. I enjoy Hank Game. I also enjoy Hank Game. Ashtran, congratulations on the 60 stream streak. Ooh, breaking a normal stream streak I should be proud of. You know what? I know I make fun of you for it because you're my partner and therefore you should be at every stream. A, I'm pretty sure 20 doesn't even have a stream streak. And B, also, yeah, I am going to finish this game. That was a bit. And B, 60 streams is a lot. And it makes me feel like, yay! Seeing that you've seen that many of them, you know? It's like in a row. It's very... Seeing stream streaks from so many people really does have me, It makes streaming feel worth it. It gives me something tangible to look at and go, you know what, people are enjoying this. 20 has the same streak but +1 he showed last stream. I don't think that happened. I think he came in and said, "My name is 20 yards. I don't have a stream streak. Take off your top." I can picture it now. I could listen to things about different types of food and what they taste like. Or listen to music like whatever's popular. I'd love to listen to popular music and find out what I like.
Have you considered...
But if you get your memories back, you'll already remember the type of music. Yeah. Well, I could still discover more music. But best of all, we could try and work together on something. Wouldn't that be fun?
Yes.
You know what? It would be interesting to see how well our code would mesh together. Dee Dee, you have an instruction, Dee Dee. Who knows if this is all updated for Gens 1 and 9. Dee Dee, can you check Mime Jr. for me? I do like the sound of that.
Wow!
Yay!
Hey, Hank.
So, Hank, what can you teach me?
Could you clarify?
Teach you?
What do you think?
About programming. If we're gonna work together in the future, you might as well give me some tips now so that I can catch up to your level quickly. Parasite update and Mime Jr. coming up. Dee Dee, when she checked Small Live, I'm pretty sure she sent me a reaction. It was like... There was something like only like 3 pieces of art, and one of them was Small Live being squeezed into juice or something like that. I feel like I didn't make that up. It was some shit like that. She was displeased by having to check it. That is, if you aren't scared of my programming surpassing yours.
I doubt that.
That'll be the day. But I thought that you were just hoping that you were a programmer.
I think...
Maybe I'll look into it as a job when I get my memories back anyway. It'll give us an excuse to hang out together.
Well,
In that case, how much do you know about object-oriented programming? I know that it involves orienting objects, and you program them. I'll talk about object-oriented programming during the ad break. I won't do it right here. Remind me though.
uh-huh.
Let's try something a little simpler then. Do you ever recall hearing anything about Boolean values?
Well...
Values. Boolean. Values. Is that the type of computer you need if you want to be a programmer?
Have you considered...
Okay, let's look at variables then. They're a pretty simple concept to understand.
Understood.
Sounds great. Teach me, Hank.
Let me explain.
They're used to hold different values throughout an application and can usually be updated fairly easily. An easy way to think of variables is that each is a box with a different word written on it. When you update the value, you're changing what's contained within the box, and you use the word written on the box to remember which box contains which items.
Wow.
I see. How big are these boxes?
What?
I think...
Because I don't want to put too much stuff in it and have it overflow.
Let me explain.
That's not likely to happen. Boxes can hold a lot of stuff. Hank, she used the word overflow! Don't be like, oh, you fucking bumbling moron. Absolute void. Where?
Well,
Memory, usually.
Huh?
So the boxes need brains?
I doubt that.
Let's visit this conversation at another time, Susan. You've got more important things to do. So, the ad's about to run. Object-oriented programming. In my first year at university, I'm going to use American terms because it's the easiest way to explain what I did. You know, Hank is terrible explaining things? Yes. So I majored in maths and I minored in programming, is what we're going to refer to it as. Nobody in the UK would normally use these terms, but to be quite frank, it's efficient. I hate to give the Americans one, but enjoy it. My programming class was the first time I'd ever really done programming. Object-oriented programming, and I didn't really know what that meant. And I went through the entire first semester not really understanding. Like, I was doing all of the things we were told to do, I was handing them all in, I was getting graded for them. But the final project was we had to code battleships using Java. We had to create our own version of battleships. Now, my version of battleships, I'm going to be real, was more accurate than anyone else's because you're not allowed to make the ships touch, and nobody seems to respect that rule. But I did. My ships didn't touch. They didn't touch. And one of the parts of it was to analyze what classes we'd need. And to explain it simply, classes are effectively objects. They are the description of an object. You can use a class to create an object later on in your main function. Hopefully that makes sense. One of your classes could be animal. And then you could create an object dog using descriptors from the animal class. It's something like that. I didn't get this. I didn't understand how getters and setters worked. So what I did is I put it all in the main function. I only had one class and it was the main method. That was it. That was the whole thing. I lost some points for that because basically what I did was, in an object-oriented programming language, I didn't make any objects. I just did everything on the fly. That story is funnier if you understand programming, but to the people who don't know about programming, it occurs to me it's not really gonna get much traction. Might have to major in maths, how? It's a perfectly valid way to do it. Well, you can talk to Dr. I don't remember his name, but you can talk to him about it. I'm very good at maths. If you give me, let's say, give me two two-digit numbers, and I will square them and subtract the smaller one from the larger one. I work as one-off Python for loops, but entering into discussions on making them functional. Like, I loved for loops and stuff because I understood that shit. Words don't even mean anything to me. Right, so, you know, let's say we'll look at single-digit numbers. 3 and 2. So when you square them, you get 9 and 4. I would be doing 9 minus 4. Similar hands. You're just kind of, breaking it down. Are you that smart and then do computer science like that? It's like an engineer who's not good with Lego. I didn't understand it. I didn't understand getters and setters. I couldn't comprehend it. I didn't understand what... All of that explanation I gave on what the classes were, I didn't understand what they were for. But in my second semester, I was flawless. I was top of the class. Not like top, but like I was near the top. I was in the top quarter. I know that because we were put into groups of 4 for a project at the end of the semester. And one person from each quarter was put into each group of 4. And I think that's honestly a really fucked up thing to tell us you've done. There's no one else watching so far. Here. It is in context in Danish. Don't know what square means. You don't know what squaring a number is? I'm trying to figure out what it would be called in Danish, directly translated to English. To the power of 2. So, a number squared is that number times itself. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Nana. I'm just trying to figure out what it might be called. Rana! Welcome in! Yermo. No, Yermo. Hold on. Are you appropriating the Scottish language right now? Rana, how are you doing? What are you up to? What are you up to? What are you up to now? You're watching me and you're ogling me. You should follow Rana if you're not following her already. Yerwan. That's the time that Stardew Valley starts at when you first move into the farm. Spring of year 1. I'm Genny Lottie. I do variety content. I do a lot of challenge runs, but this game is interesting. This game, Artificial Nexus it's called. And the developer reached out to me and said, "Oh, hello Genny Lottie. Would you like to try out this game I made? It seems right up your alley." And I went, "Okay." And then I tried it, and we all went crazy over the supporting character named Hank. Entirely because he's called Hank, I'm pretty sure. It's about an amnesiac girl named Susan, who I'm dressed as, who wakes up in a strange building with no memory because she's an amnesiac, and it's full of killer robots. And a guy named Hank over the intercom. "Hey, Hank." Does Hank have any other endearing qualities? Not even one. This doesn't seem to do anything except make itself higher or lower. Is it for when somebody wants to touch the sea? Yeah, real talk. I don't want to be... What is this? I don't know what this is. I don't know what the strange contraption over here actually is. And like, everyone's laughing at Susan for not knowing what it is. I've never seen that in my fucking life. What is that? Sit-stand desk? For tiny people? For borrowers? It's a porn game? It is not a porn game. Though the music would have you think otherwise. Just convert a normal desk to like move the monitor up and down. Uh-huh, that's cool. Not a porn game yet. Yeah, that's true, it might become one. I know what this means. Somebody's had a birthday here recently. That's so exciting. Wonder what type of cake they had. Wonder whether Hank can do any magic tricks with these cards. No, probably not. You need to sell your soul to do magic, right? I don't know if it's violently racist. True. All I know about this game, I looked into it, and it's not made with AI. And I went, okay, good enough for me, I'll say yes to the fella. And here we are. This looks different to the other computers. It almost looks like it can fold in half. Was it broken at some point in the past? Alright, and Bale, need to cook me some food. Are you gonna cook some for me? Sexy Lotto? Ah, thank you, Rana. You too. Though I suppose for you, it's not really a choice. This must be, Akami's computer. Akami's messaged Hank. Okay, nothing is new in here. But Prometheus and Hank, aren't you? Hello, Akami, and welcome to Tachyon. My integration with the system has been greatly improved compared to the previous application, thanks to Tachyon's robust webhooks and expansive API. Would you like a tour of how to use me in Tachyon? No thank you. Is it possible to disable any data capturing done by either Tachyon or yourself? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by or yourself. Did you mean to say or Yusuf? Is it possible to disable any data capturing done by either Tachyon or Prometheus? It is not possible. As per your employee contract, you have consented to provide management with all messages conceived and sent with Koya's provided technology and or hardware. Disabling any data capturing functionality would be in violation of that contract. Oh, I forgot Nikki. I understand. Prometheus, does this mean that prior to using Tachyon, any messages in the previous system were also able to be viewed by upper management? Yes, they were. I'm allowed to tell you that at the end of each day, a report of all messages sent and recorded is sent to upper management. I scan it for general content and provide a summary to management. Does this include private messages which I've sent to you? Yes, it does. Chat. Prometheus, have any of these summaries included synopses of what you and I have discussed? I'm afraid that what I sent to upper management is confidential and I cannot tell you what my summaries consist of, nor what anyone else has sent during the day. Prometheus? Thank you for discussing so many interesting details about Koya's with me. As a relatively recent employee who is excited to be working for such a tech giant, I find the intricacies of how the company works to be fascinating. It is a good thing that you're an AI, as anybody else would surely find my curiosities to be frustrating over time. You are welcome, Akami. I am always happy to help out Koya's, and by extension, the world. So true, bestie. Yeah, let's just mark all of these ones as red. Mark all these ones as hanked. Shall I Prometheus mesh again? Sure thing. Are you looking for Never Gonna Give You Up in there? Hank. Hey, Hank?
Hey, Hank? Hey, Hank? Hey, Hank? Hey, Hank? Hey, Hank? Hey, Hank? Hey, Hank?
Game of the year. Anyway. Is this good? You want more? Game of the next century? You shot it? Okay, awesome. I'm sorry to be contacting you unexpectedly like this, but could I ask you for some assistance with how with some things work? I am at something of a loss as to how I will achieve certain goals and would welcome your assistance. Hey mate, no worries. What exactly do you need help with? Thank you for responding. Would it be possible to discuss it over a call after work tonight? I do not like taking time out of your personal life, but I feel as though it will be easier than describing it using text. No worries. I'll give you a ring around 6. Yes, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Hi, Akame. Just letting you know that I've sent you through an email with the instructions on how you can remove those libraries from the code, as well as some links that explain the concept of how it all works fairly easily. Hopefully it should all make sense once you've read through them. Thank you so much. Your instructions were very clear and the links that you sent have helped me greatly. I appreciate it very much. Well, that's actually 2 Hank. Anyway, this was on the 10th of March and the 11th of March. No, that's after this problem, huh? Care about anyone in this facility, do you? You wouldn't even if you knew them. Wait, this translates? These 64 encoded text? Shit, let me go check Kieran's computer. I don't remember if he had the exact same message or not. No, it's different. I translate that one earlier. Did I miss it? Shit. I was too busy waffling. Go around and look at things so innocently as if you got all the time in the world. Okay, so this is ominous. Hello everybody, what kind of peak is this? I am Shannon. This is a fairly large crack. I wonder whether I can see through it. This is a fairly large crack. Hello, Shem. I can see another room. What is that? Some sort of circle carved, burnt, I think, into the floor? Looks like it's got some sort of symbols around the circle. Looking at it is making my head hurt. I need to get going. I've got more important things to do. Oh, I don't want to look through it again. Okay. Is this a computer? Is there a way I can control it? It's so different to the other ones I've seen. Why is that? Of course, we don't encode binary data as text, but text can be coded as binary data, so this is double encoded. And yet Q-Hatchie was able to just go and unencode it, so it's not very well encoded. IMO. What the fuck? Yeah, the pentagram that's burned into the ground. The weirdest thing is, as you can see, it doesn't have an eyeball. And it makes me wonder if I've missed it anything encoded, not encrypted. Well, hurry up. Well... Mods, time Aria out for 14 years. Don't ever speak back to me. Don't ever educate me. Don't ever correct me when I'm wrong. Rewrite reality to make me right. Okay, fair enough, I did misread it. Or misunderstand it, whichever one it is.
Huh?
Oh, what's with this room?
Could you clarify?
What do you mean, Susan? You don't want to do that? Now I'm scared.
Wow.
It's all white and smooth. So Shannon, you know 999? This isn't like that at all, but it's kind of similar, I guess. I don't know. This doesn't look anything like the other rooms that I've been in. Why is that?
Let me explain.
This is the one room on this floor that's received extensive upgrades since Koi has bought the building. The walls contain embedded circuitry and electronic components, allowing the entire thing to be used as a giant computer. You've probably noticed how much hotter it is in there compared with the other rooms. Boy, Hank, have I?
I'm not quite sure.
I guess maybe a little bit? It doesn't feel that different to the corridor outside, to be honest. Really? That's surprising that you don't notice the difference. I usually find myself sweating buckets when I'm...
Nope.
I guess some people are just naturally used to being hot. Unlike you, Hank. Oh.
No.
Never heard that one before. What's next? Is it hot in here, or is it just me?
I'm not quite sure.
It isn't that hot in here. Why would I say that? If anything, you'd be the one saying that, yeah?
Well...
Never mind. I thought you were saying something different, but I should have known that you wouldn't say something like that.
Okay.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I hope everything's alright.
Yes.
Yes, it definitely is. Is it like Umineko, but instead of Shannon, it's Susan? I didn't get the feeling Shannon was the main character of Umineko. I thought Shannon was like... just one of the many maids. Am I wrong? Is Shannon the main Umineko of the Umineko household? Oh, my Neko! Even I'm a Brontosaurus.
Hey, Hank?
So, you said that the room got extensive upgrade. You know much about how they worked?
Well...
Beyond the surface details. Why do you ask?
I think...
Wondering whether the room needed to look like this, or whether it was just the choice of the designer. So, Shannon, can you rate my Susan cosplay? Very Susan core, thank you, thank you. Clicks on the hole. I did click on the hole, yes. You look good in a shirt. You should see me out of the shirt, Shannon. It's all very white and smooth, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a very sleek design. Not Yorking it, Bjorking it. Bjorking your Shannon. Bjorking. E-J-O-R-K-I-N. Bjorkin. Bjorkin. As in, hello everybody, I have been bjorking my Shannon all day long. Yes, it's a very sleek design.
That's true.
I guess. That would mean that if someone scuffed their shoes or spilled something, it would just be more noticeable, surely.
That's correct.
Suppose so? Did you spot some damage in there?
Nope.
No? But I bet that I bet that I would immediately if there was something. I'm also not really sure how you're supposed to interact with the computer exactly. It all looks very nice, but it feels like somebody chose to make something nice looking practical. You know what I mean?
Well...
I suppose so. But the price paid for the upgrades were absolutely worth it, believe me.
Hey!
But that's the thing. How much of the money spent on the upgrades was just for the look of it? I hope that Koyas didn't just see a fancy new room and assume that because it looked nice, it justified the cost they paid. Remember the joke I told once? I remember it made Lottie laugh. I think it was after Shannon failed a shiny but accidentally made fun of them. It's very funny that Shannon did encounter a shiny Kartana and just on autopilot just go and reset the 3DS and then go, no! Sakami de bolsillo! But Robin, I think you've told jokes more than once that I laughed at. Might have been plenty of cheaper alternatives that were just as good.
I doubt that.
Well, if that is the case, it's too late to do anything about it now. We have to pay for specialty hardware in the room, so be it.
Are you sure?
You're lost, buddy.
Hey, Hank?
So, come to think of it, if this entire room is a giant computer, what's its purpose?
Let me explain.
Well, the room is for testing things.
I'm not quite sure.
What does that mean? Well, come here and test your computer things? With the computer?
No.
Stop that, you're embarrassing yourself. What the testing room has, what makes it so useful, is its massive computing power.
Wow!
Room-sized computer has massive computer power. Amazing.
Focus, Susan.
You let me get on with what I'm saying. What we use the testing room for is multiple parallel operations. We run multiple isolated tests at a single time to test code or prove it. The computer, the room, spins up a multitude of virtual environments, then runs all the tests we need. Or it will render things, if that's what the current project relates to, or perform massive calculations. Like 15 times 7. It's a very powerful and important tool.
I'm not quite sure.
I don't really get it, but it sounds like if this room went down, Koi's work speed would go to a crawl.
That's correct.
Saying computer power is way less embarrassing than using compute as a noun. You don't like Hank very much, do you? I think Shannon said something about being run over by a train, and I said Shannon Uminek on the train tracks. Hello everyone, I am on the train tracks today. This is not very Shannon core. But you know what, Shannon got the shiny Cartana eventually. On their 3rd try, no less. Only took them 2 fails to get it. You're right, which is why we're very careful with it. To ensure that no malicious software gets into it, we have it on an isolated network. There's not even a connection between it and Prometheus, to my dismay. Keep the hardware in good form, tiny robots scour it clean of dust and pests twice a day.
Huh?
But sometimes you just gotta shut yourself down like a computer, yeah? Need a Funya Rimpa to reboot her. You like the Funya Rimpa? Yeah, this is the legendary Funya Rimpa! Really?
No.
Well, I made the second part. But otherwise, yes, that's Ultra. The only way any data can be brought in or out of this computer is via removable medium. I'm sorry for dying and needing to be rebooted. It was an emergency update, and the system had to be restarted. But it's okay, because now I can tell jokes. Knock knock. Makes performing software upgrades a real chore, but I take some comfort in knowing that that was fairly standard 30 odd years ago.
Wow!
Sounds very complicated. You might need to guide me a bit.
No problem.
If necessary, sure.
Hey, Hank!
Hank, I need you to tell me something.
Yes, Susan?
Brunch today, Mother's Day with 2 other people without moms. Sorry, you just flexing? You brought your mum to mumless Mother's Day? And went... Mother's Day? Wait, no, hold on. I've misread your message. I understand it more now. Okay, that makes way more sense. All 3 of us... Yes, I picked that one up. In the UK, it's not Mother's Day today. It was Mother's Day like last month, and I forgot about it. But what it is today, worldwide, is Maid Day. That's right. May 10th, 10th of May, is Maid Day in Japan every single year. So get on your maid outfit. and do some cleaning. No underwear allowed. Thank you for the hydrating stretch, Diane. They have a funny name. Robin, out of curiosity, if you had to wear a maid outfit, how would that make you feel? Do I need to, like, are you exempt from maid day? Would it make you sad? Or, I don't know the rules here. Strange. I've been wearing the extra skimpy stuff. I make 20 wear the extra skimpy maid outfits too. You always need me to tell you something.
Yep.
Yeah, but this time I really need to know the answer.
Could you clarify?
Go ahead then.
Well...
Okay, so you said that this computer, the testing room, isn't connected to anything else, right?
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct. It's completely isolated. Oh, Sandy Beach, that's another thing we do in the Discord server. We make fun of Dee Dee's typos.
What do you think?
But here's the thing. If it isn't connected to anything, then how does it have power?
I think...
There's one of two things happening. Either it's running on solar energy, or you're lying to me about the computer. Since we're underground, it can't be running on solar energy. Tell me, Hank, what's the real secret of this room? What are you trying to hide from me?
Let me explain.
Susan, I said that it wasn't connected to a network.
Have you considered...
Can't communicate with other computers.
Focus, Susan.
That doesn't mean that it doesn't have any power.
Yes.
In fact, it can be connected to multiple power sources at a time. Sometimes the thing that it's doing requires a lot of energy, so it needs a bit of extra oomph.
I'm not quite sure.
Why is it only sometimes connected to multiple power sources? More power is good, right?
Let me explain.
Usually, yes, but the power that it can draw is large enough that it can potentially be detrimental. Well, one time it was pushing the supplies hard enough that it caused a large spike in their magnetic fields, which then went on to burn out some of our electronics and shut them down.
Wow!
Whoa! That sounds dangerous, but also interesting. Thanks for explaining all that to me. I didn't understand it all, but it does sound interesting.
No problem.
You're welcome. And I liked where your mind was going. Solar power is definitely something I'd look into in the future. It's an interesting idea.
Are you sure?
Hank, I already explained that we're underground, remember? You can't use solar power here.
That's correct.
Yes, my mistake. How to hit him with a hammer? We can't hit him with a hammer because he's locked in. As you can see over here, Hank is in the control room and we can't get in.
Hey, Hank.
Hey, Hank.
Yes, Susan?
Hello, Susan.
What do you think?
Can you unlock the door yet?
I doubt that.
No, Susan, I can't. Did you forget what you need to do in order to get me out of here?
Well...
Maybe.
Let me explain.
Need to find a computer with the prometheusfunctions.bin file.
Thank you!
Oh yeah. Thanks, Hank.
Hey, Hank.
So tell me about what sort of testing goes on here. What sort of things do you do?
Could you clarify?
Sorry, didn't I just tell you to go?
What do you think?
What do you do in this room? How does it all work?
Did you forget?
Hey, Robin, for some reason I read that as I never really liked cheese, to be honest. Not for dysphoria reasons, I don't think. And then I kind of had to etch-a-sketch my brain. Because... yeah, the dresses thing makes more sense. I honestly am not the biggest fan of dresses. I prefer a good pair of jeans any day. Jeans with no underwear. Press 1 in chat if you like to wear jeans with no underwear. Please, someone. There must be someone else out there. There's gotta be. Thank you, Gooey. Wasn't much of a fan of dresses or skirts. I just prefer the jeans feel. Why are you asking? Well, you're into programming, aren't you? Tell me about how it all works. I'm curious about how you do things in a room this... weird. I don't really do much myself. I more work with code directly. Rather than asking about the room, how about you focus on the more important things you have to do right now? I'm still stuck where I am, you know.
That's true.
Yeah, but knowing about this room might help me get you out of there.
Focus, Susan.
What would be even more helpful is if you got a bit more of a move on. Like I said, I don't really do much in that room. I'm not that knowledgeable about it. You say that this room was one of the most important ones in the building? And you're a programmer? It's weird that you don't know how to use it. Do they not let you?
I doubt that.
Other focus on code, not testing. Nothing that unusual. Hank just writes code and then goes, ship it. there's no testing, there's no bug fixes. It's like, man, I wrote that shit. It's perfect.
What do you think?
So, if all of the other programmers are sick, the company is fine with no testing getting done until they're better? Even if you're at work?
That's correct.
They're fine with it, yes.
I just don't know.
This is a really bewildering company. I could see why cheese could be dysphoric for trans masks. I was gonna say please explain, and then I realized what you were talking about. Not the girl mozzarella. Brother nearly choked on his own vomit when he had one. Wait, what? Sorry, your brother nearly choked on his own vomit when he had an Etch-a-Sketch? What? Did you reply to the wrong message? Oh, let's just use the computer. Utilizing environment. No compatible files available for current disk. Disk?
Huh?
Hank!
Yes, Susan?
What is it, Susan? Did something go wrong? Hank's never used the room Prometheus can't use. How curious? That is curious.
I'm not quite sure.
I can tell you I broke the game now. Actually, secretly, you definitely can't. The computer says that the disk was wrong.
Let me explain.
Wrong, huh? Must have chosen the incorrect one. Remember that it's a UXM191 you're looking for. Make sure you think carefully before taking it.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
Have you considered...
Susan, these cameras aren't the best, but it looks to me that you're fiddling around with something that you shouldn't be. Are you sure that you should be doing that?
Well...
I don't fiddle around with it. How else can I satiate my... Oh, we all felt that during puberty, let's be honest. If I don't fiddle around with it, how else can I satiate my curiosity? And it's not like it's possible for me to actually break something, right?
Focus, Susan.
Yes, Susan, it is. Those are very sensitive controls. I don't know what changing something could do.
Damn it, Hank.
Fine, I'll leave it alone. I guess that I really don't know what this could do. I better not touch it. Ah! Won't let me. Error code is wrong desk. Oh, that's cute! I don't even think about these things being... Damn it, I should be pausing to appreciate these more. I didn't even think that that would be a thing. It kind of just take the first one we saw. Yeah, that's why I was like, no shit. So, okay, fine. How did you... Well, Sandy Beach, what did you do? It won't be spoilery.
Hey, Hank.
Hey, Hank.
Yes, Susan?
What do you think?
Koi's has a lot of information around the place, yeah?
Could you clarify?
Clarify what you mean by that, sorry. When you say a lot of information around the place, what are you thinking of specifically?
I think...
And since the people who work here talk about their jobs and stuff, there might be a clue or something that'll help me with my next goal, don't you think? Since it's all related and people here would work with the systems.
That's correct.
That's likely true. Terminal, I typed exit and it broke everything. Huh. Provided that you don't waste too much time trying to find a non-existent hint, I think that it'd be worthwhile looking for one. Certainly can't hurt.
Wow.
That's what I was thinking. Wouldn't it be really lucky and convenient if there was just a piece of paper sitting here with the answers I'm looking for?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Nope.
Nope. Doesn't look like there's one here.
Have you considered...
So I have to look a bit more carefully as you go then, and potentially think outside the box with more information you find. Just don't spend too long looking around.
Well...
I'll try not to, but there are some very interesting things around here. Can I raise something small here? Susan has a very realistic chest size. And it makes me feel a little bit better about the fact that I don't have, like, gigantic doinkers. Edie always calls them. Or that thing Robin DMs me sometimes, which says, where he says, I have ADHD, admiring those huge doinkers. But... I don't know, it's just... Even I, when I draw, have a tendency to over-accentuate breasts just to try and make them more visible. I think this is like the only time in art I've seen someone have genuinely, realistically, a small chest. That's not built as like a, oh haha, you're so flat moment. Like, Lucina does not count because she's designed to be able to pass as a guy, right? Things like that. So... yeah, I'm proud. I'm proud of Susan. Good for her. Like, even, right, think about, Virtue's Last Reward, right? Vi was constantly made fun of as having, like, tiny flat chests. So flat, so small, so small. And she was fucking walking around like this half the time, it felt like. Like, what are we doing here? I wish I was designed to be able to pass as a guy. Robin, would you be able to, like, send them to me? You know what I mean? Like, so I can bulk out. Like the Garfield comic. I could be Garfield. I could be your Garfield, Rob. I could be your Garfield. I hate Mondays. I could be your Garfield.
I suggest...
Luck, Susan. I'm sure that you can handle this. Shit, this is still downloading from last time.
I think...
Only 30 minutes to my pizza guys here. Why are y'all ordering pizzas and making food and stuff and not making any for me? Yeah, you know, for dinner tonight, I had rice and beans. Able to pick up food items in the American Midwest. On my way. Check if this one has a base 64 message from Prometheus. Those came from me messaging Prometheus to piss them off. No, we're not, no, we're not doing that anymore. Disc time. Better grab a different disc. Oh, cute, it shows my little disc. Shannon, what the fuck? Okay. They're purple. Boom. They don't use CDN or CDAN, and they're not very large. Or large. Okay, they're not very large or large. I'm gonna need to write some stuff down. Ash got me some pen. Okay. Ash ordered me some really nice pens, and apparently I shoved them up my ass. Where the hell did they go? Oh, they're there. Sharpie it. She just said I can't access that location while streaming. Right. And use the personal notes. Because I need to be able to see this. I need this information and that information at the same time. Does that make sense? So, right away, it is purple. We know that. That's the one thing we know. Size. Very small, small, or medium. Like 20. Format. I have to write down all of these, cross off the one. I've already forgotten them, which is exactly why we needed this. Now. But new Sharpies have just this fascinating smell to them. It smells kind of like... It kind of almost reminds me of a swimming pool. But like in an unclean way. Not sniff markers on street. I'm not doing it in a drug way. I just noticed the smell. I'll sniff at a treat. Like, you have to, like, stick them up your nose and... I'm pretty sure in order to get... CDR and CDRW do exist? Yeah. CDR is just a CD-ROM. CDRW is, be damned right. But the other three I've never heard of in my life. Dirty pool smells fucking awful. Yeah. It's kind of got that sort of smell to it. I'm gonna stop doing that. Okay. Let's look at my notes. So, tunes. So it's not CDN. Not CDAN. Very small discs use the CDR format. Right. So it could be one of those, but we don't know yet. H discs don't use the CDR format. It could still be the CDR format. That means these aren't very small. I don't know if that's anything. ST135 discs aren't colored yellow. That's fucking nothing. ST135 discs don't use... Yellow uses 500 megabyte storage. And it can still be any of the others. Discs that use 5 gigabyte storage use the CDPL format. Discs that are medium use 500 megabytes of storage. Okay, so it's not medium. Very smallish. It's 10 gigabyte. Discs that use 2 gigabyte storage aren't colored blue. Okay, blue colored discs don't use... For the hydrate, Shannon. Wait, is genuinely just even sniffing them at all bad for you? I thought you had to, like, properly, like, snort them, no? Very small is linked to CDR. Personally, I think they're very small. I think they're very small CDRs. But that doesn't give me shit on the size. Or on the storage, rather. Oh, that would mean it wasn't 10 gigabytes. Or 5 gigabytes. It would mean it was 2 or 1. I'm willing to gamble. I'm willing to gamble what purple 1 gigabyte very small CDR. Let's go gambling. Okay, let's give it a go. Purple 1 gigabyte very small CDR. This is probably not correct. Well, let me tell you, it'd be fucking crazy. Okay, actually though, this is helpful to do. I am gonna take 2 gigabytes instead this time. And the reason I'm gonna do that is because if it's neither 1 nor 2, then that means it's not CDR. I think. I'll have to double check all of my rules, but that is actually useful information. Does this take longer every time to punish me?
Hey, Hank.
Got it from vibes alone. Vibes alone. Vibes alone. I was like, it's probably a CDR. It'd be weird if it was another type. Narrowed it from there. Well, don't need to discourage brute forcing. Well, they're not gonna discourage me. Hate that you brute forced it. I didn't brute force it. It had to be a CDR. And as a CDR, it had to be as a CDR, it had to be very small. It had to be a CDR from Vibes. It had to be very small, and that meant it couldn't be 5 or 10 gigabytes. So it had to be 1 or 2. It wasn't like brute force. It was logic. Did I have all the information here though? It's like I seriously don't understand how the fuck I was supposed to note that down. Didn't get the answer. Had to be purple. It had to be purple because it had to be purple. That's one's right here. We're literally told that one. That's the one piece of information they just gave us. CDN AN format. CDAN. What isn't yellow and see the ones that are don't use. Schematic logic puzzles? No, this is like the only fucking one. This one's a nightmare. Genuinely, yes or no question, am I missing information here? Because with all the things that are just don't use, the fact that 1 gigabyte isn't mentioned anywhere, I don't see how this could possibly be all of it. I must have missed something. I still had enough to deduce and narrow it down, but yeah. Okay. But aren't you impressed at how I managed to narrow it down with the info I had? I mean, come on. I mean, come on. I mean, come on. I mean, come on. Oh, I just realized nobody has pronouns today. Sorry about that, chap. Alright, it looks like that worked, Hank.
Yes.
The computer accepted the UXM191 disk. Excellent. Next thing to do is to copy the Prometheus functions.bin file to the disk.
Understood.
Too easy. How do I do that?
Let me explain.
To execute a command to do it. And what is that command?
Well,
I'll be honest, I don't really work with that computer that often, and I've never really gotten the hang of its interface. It's, CP Prometheus functions.bin disks. Maybe it was copy file equals dit?
Okay.
Hold on to your brain cells, I'll see if I can find the information somewhere. Yeah, I got it in here. Okay, she didn't write down the example. The pen did move over a little bit. Okay, so I'm not recognized, so I want to do copy file. Copy file. And I'm not as certain that I know what I'm doing. I thought I was. I should check what commands I'm typing in more carefully. I just don't remember the file copy. Fuck me! Oh, I don't have... I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I didn't name the file to copy. It was a list history, show history, but Susan didn't think to note that one down. Hank, I'm gonna need to go and ask you what the name of that file was exactly, I'm afraid. Because my GleebyDB ass did not write it down.
Hey, Hank.
Yes.
What do you think?
I doubt.
Can't unlock the door.
What?
Let me explain.
Prometheus functions.bin. Lowercase.
Thank you.
Okay. Copy space dash file equals Prometheus functions dot bin. Okay. Copy dash file equals Prometheus functions dot bin dash dest equals A. Okay. Copy dash file Prometheus functions. Shit. I just wrote prom func function dot bin test A. My functions. Oh, destination invalid. Fuck, then what's it called? What was A? Let's try the name of the disk. A colon. Oh. Thank you.
Okay, Hank, I've taken care of it.
While there's ads going, I'm gonna sit and talk to y'all for a minute about the dangers of drugs. So, sometimes you might have been offered, you know, like a joint of a marijuana, or maybe a hit of a crack pipe, a little injection from a friend's heroin needle. But it's important to always say no. You've got your whole life ahead of you, and doing drugs even one time will cause you to die instantly. Your eyes will melt out of your head, and if you've ever seen Raiders of the Lost Ark, actually, that's how they filmed that final scene. They had all of the Nazis take a bunch of drugs, and then they started filming. That's what will happen to you. It will happen. It's just like looking into the Ark of the Covenant. Don't. Not even once. Not even once. Okay, how was that? If you inject one weed, you will end up like this. Remember, if you take drugs, you go to hell before you die. My friend died before when they offered me the drugs then. Not even once. Giving drugs to someone tomorrow? You're a murderer. My brother got kicked out of school because he was going to try weed. See, this is the thing. I make these jokes. It's like, oh, haha, anti-drug commercials have gone so far. I'm not cool enough to have done any drugs. My mum sometimes forgets this fact and thinks that I must have done weed or something at some point because I went to university and things. And because she's done it, I mean, she's done speed. Weed and speed. But no, she raised a complete square. It's happened to me. I had a drug, then I died instantly. I knew it. Taking drugs will make you look like someone remade your face with the Elder Scrolls Oblivion character creator? Exactly. legit got advice from an uncle, try everything once. I look back and think maybe not everything. Not crocodile. Not that one. Don't even look it up. Don't. Literally don't. That's not part of the bit. Literally don't. I had a friend. This was the same friend who took pictures of my feet at the beach. And other various things. Despite how squeamish I am, he showed me the pictures of what someone's skin was like after crocodile. I didn't care for it. We'll try asbestos, true. Beach. Yeah, I went to the beach with my friends. I wore like a very, very modest swimming outfit. Like shorts and stuff. I actually just had a t-shirt because we couldn't find a proper bathing suit thing because I don't. And I thought it was a waterproof t-shirt. It wasn't. It was a sports t-shirt, and I got very wet, and it was very sad. But that's not the point. The point is he kept taking pictures of my feet because he brought a camera and he was taking pictures of us, but he took a lot of pictures of my feet. And I thought this is just some funny thing you do with your friends, because we were only like 18, 19 at that point. It's possible it's unrelated to some of the things he did later on, but I think the signs were there. Okay, Hank, I've taken care of it.
You've managed to get the file onto the disk.
Yes.
Brilliant. Now, there's just one more step to... Susan, look out!
Susan!
Susan? Are you all right?
That took a lot of clicks.
Hank,
Susan, I'm going to need you to calm down. This isn't...
Hank. What is... No.
Susan, you... Calm down.
My arm is... What is this? What's happened to me?
I can't explain this. This isn't a big deal, I promise you.
That's why she couldn't smell anything.
Isn't a big deal. Hank, my right arm is made of metal. What's going on? Is that what I was here for? Was I getting a replacement arm and how does something like this happen?
No, it's nothing that drastic, I'm sure. It could be...
You said you can explain this, right? So, explain it! You can't, can you? You'll say whatever you want to try and get me to listen to you, right? But you can't think of anything for this, can you? You don't...
You're not real.
Have... What?
You aren't a real person. You're not who you think you are.
Then... who am I?
You're a machine. A replica of a human being. A robot.
No added. Said in the intro, that voice line? The voice line about her being a robot? Wait, for real? Oh, robots beat up her humans? Was Keenan one? Yeah, damn, that's fucked up. How'd they make a robot that's so shit at everything?
That's why your arm... That's why it's metal. It's not just your arm. It's... your entire body is metal. Some plastic too, of course, but mostly metal.
No.
Oh, I shouldn't have left it on that screen. I went to pee. I feel foolish now.
You haven't examined your body in detail, have you?
Take off your top.
If you had, you might have noticed that you don't have any fingerprints. You could have seen that beneath your shirt you have, well, they're not breasts.
Hank, just because she's flat, there's no calling for that.
You can't be telling the truth. I'm not a robot.
I understand that it must be shocking to realize that you're not what you want to be. But I'm not lying. You're an artificial being, created here in Quiz.
But I'm a person. I'm Susan.
Yes, you are. You're Koyas's sentient user system and automated network.
No, I'm... Susan is my name. My human name.
If that's true, then what's your surname? What do you know about yourself?
Yeah, why did Hank do this? Why was he even looking through files and trying to find other Susans who work there? Why did he have that whole fucking who's on first section where he read out all of the surnames as in a pun way? What? Why did he do this? I thought I had failed the combat against the robot and Susan had had her neck snapped. I thought that was what had happened there.
You're telling the truth, aren't you?
I'm sorry, Susan. You remember how I told you that every floor has its own project that's worked on? You're the project for this floor. Your base code is derived from Prometheus's, but beyond that, there's still been a lot of work put into creating you.
Which is surprising, because all you seem to do is message everyone saying Hank, 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 Hank.
Programming your neural network, trying to get you to learn and think more like a human. Not to mention building the actual body that you occupy, working out all of the motor functions for that. It's all that we've worked towards for the past few years.
Sorry, and Hank, you said you don't even test her? You just coded in her menstrual cycle and went, yeah, that'll do. What's wrong with you, man?
Those robots you've had to deal with? Before Professor Hertzing activated some sort of virus within them, they were prototypes of you that we worked on, testing small parts of your whole.
Why did he even do the whole thing about, oh, haha, if you have to use the bathroom, haha. This fucking guy! Oh my god!
Oh.
If I made a robot, I'd be ecstatic if it asked what a fire extinguisher is and then named it after me. Yeah, Hank's just this whole time with like, ah, you're a freak. Ah, you're an idiot. Are we anti-Hank now, chat? No, we were never exactly pro-Hank. We just kind of liked his name, and this continues to be Hank game. Why was I created?
Hank, why was I created?
Susan, you don't know how much I wish I could tell you that. But I can't.
No question. Susan. Our lunch lady quit recently, and we haven't been able to find a replacement. So, we thought that here at Coius could... Oh. Doubling down with whoever said to hammer him to death earlier.
You can't? You've just completely shaken my entire world. You're making me have an existential crisis, and you... Is this all a game to you?
Speak up, Susan.
You sick.
Hey, calm down. I said can't, not won't. The people who worked on you were given details about what the end result should look like, but were never told what the purpose of the project was.
What do you mean?
Exactly what I just said. We were told to create a robot that replicated a human as realistically as possible, that it had to be flawless, indistinguishable, but we were never told why.
For some reason we made a moron.
It's above my pay grade. Believe me, I wish I knew the reason.
Are you still lying to me?
I can't blame you for thinking of me as an untrustworthy person, but I promise you that I'm telling the truth this time. I have no idea what your purpose is. You could be some sort of life model intended to act as a decoy, or you could be for studying the human brain.
Yeah, I never realized Susan didn't have shoes until we got to see that. I just assumed she had shoes. I didn't realize she was waddling around with no shoes.
I honestly don't know.
Okay.
Or like there. Was in a pod? Would you wish she was in a pod? It just feels kind of fucked up that she was let to wander around without shoes. Her breasts aren't real, but they gave her detailed feet. But here's the thing. I'm actually really curious about what she looks like naked. There's no good way to say that, but what did they do? One of my favourite things about Xenoblade Chronicles 2's character design is the way Poppy Alpha looks. Despite being an artificial blade, a female robot basically, she just has a metal chassis for a chest, like a flat metal chassis instead of anything. There's no like contours, right? There's nothing to even suggest breasts. Just has a metal chassis, and instead of having anything for a crotch, she actually wears these ridiculous looking fucking pantaloons. And I'm a big fan of it because it takes a design that could have been very sexualized and doesn't do that. Don't get me wrong, game drops the ball on that later, but I found it fascinating to see that metal chassis and think, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. There's not really a reason to do this. So I wonder what Susan's got going on down there.
You lied to me, Hank.
She looks so sad. I really can't get over it.
I've spent this entire time wondering who I am, hoping that something would trigger my memories. But you had the answer to the mystery all along.
Also, stone cold of you, Hank, to say, yeah, what we keep in that room that you woke up in is a waste of space. Stone cold, Hank.
You could have answered all of my questions at the start, but instead you chose to keep me in the dark. Why?
Sorry. That wasn't a very nice thing to do, was it?
That's putting it lightly.
Look, I can see why you're not happy with me.
Hank is going in the bad blender.
It's just, with the robots, the prototypes running amok, I thought that it was best to deal with the main problem first. Then, when we were in a better situation, I could tell you the truth.
No, Hank, literally, when she woke up, you go, okay, don't freak out, you're a robot. Well, I'm gonna get us both out of here safely. And she would have been fine! Why does he use so many M dashes? Oh, Hank, it's not looking good for you. I named the red cylinder after you.
It wouldn't have been... It didn't feel right to activate you, then immediately tell you that you're a robot when you're still getting to grips with things.
That is literally the best time to do that.
What do you think you would have done in my situation?
I would have told you, myself, the robot, who they were. Not strung them along, told them lies and made up things to keep them guessing.
Yeah, for real, Hank, couldn't you have at least just been like, oh, I do know you? He didn't need to be like, oh, I've never seen you before in my life. Why couldn't you have just been like, yeah, you work here? What the fuck, Hank?
You realize that this hurts more now than if you told me at the start, don't you?
I do. And I understand why you wish things had gone differently. I promise that I'll tell you the truth about everything from here on.
Hank, why did you lie to me? Great question, you're absolutely correct. Here are 3 reasons why I lied to you. Now you're asking the right questions.
Thanks, I guess.
Are you telling the truth about Professor Hertzing?
So, Professor Hertzing.
What about him?
You said that he was responsible for the attack on Koyas, but is that really what's going on?
I'll be honest, Susan, I don't understand the question.
How do I put this? I'm a robot created by some company. An attack on the facility happens using older versions of me, no less. And I'm conveniently completed enough to be woken up and help the one person who hasn't escaped. He's in a locked room which I can't enter, but he can direct me around the building.
Yes, that is what's currently going on. What's your point?
Yeah, as soon as Hank started calling her Susan in uppercase, it did... I don't care for it. I'm glad they're calling out that it's been too coincidental though, because it implies that it's actually a plot point, which is what I suspected.
Is this really happening? Or are you... Is this all just some test? Something to see how I'll react to a human being in danger, or to see how good my problem solving is. Something like that?
Well, Susan, if I'm honest, your problem solving's pretty terrible. I mean, you can't just brute force that disc thing.
What? No! You think I want to be in here?
Well, that depends upon whether you're really in there, doesn't it?
I've already told you what's led to this situation, but I'll refresh your memory. Professor Hertzing is attacking Koyas, and he...
I'll refresh your Are you Chinese? Dee Dee, without people knowing the Chinese room, that's such an insane... Oh. This robot character is very basic metal fembot design, Chloe's Metropolis reference, but she also just got a weird goofball of a character who tries to be helpful to her human colleagues and is rather oblivious to how bad an idea it is. Like wake-up calls at 6 AM. My alarm noise used to be, the time is 4 AM! Because I found it really funny. It wasn't set for that time though.
Hold it! You've admitted that the robots he's attacking Koyas with are they're the prototypes of me.
Yes?
But you've also said that he was fired and that this is revenge for that. How did he get access to the prototypes if he's been fired? I can't imagine he was allowed to take them home with him when he left.
I've been wondering about that myself. And the most likely explanation I can think of is that he probably hid a virus in the code before he left. He could likely see that he was going to be fired and planted it before he left.
Stop using funny alarm clocks after a partner physically attacked me for using the happy cat alarm clock from Duck Dodgers. I said I was sorry! You didn't need both eyes! Did I just wake up on your own and start screaming? No, Dee Dee means that's her alarm for the other members of her family. She just sneaks into their rooms at 3 AM, T-poses over their beds and goes, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
So, why has it activated now?
It wouldn't be too difficult to program it to activate after a certain number of days. That would create some distance between his firing and his revenge, and make him look less suspect.
Right, Hank, you say that, and yet you're the first person, or he's the first person you suspect, so if that's his plan, it didn't work.
Or maybe he's able to activate it remotely using a signal. There are all sorts of possibilities.
I guess I'll have to take your word for it. And, Hank?
Yes?
You really are in that room, aren't you? You're not lying to me again?
I promise you, Susan. I just want to leave this building. If there were a way to do it without having you run all around the place, I would take that opportunity immediately.
How do I know so much?
So, if I really am if in actuality I'm a robot, then how do I know so much?
Susan, I don't mean to be, like, cruel to you in your time of suffering and need and all that, but, I don't know shit about fuck. There's a glaring lack of yes I am in that room. Yeah! Yeah!
What do you mean?
What do you mean? You don't know anything. It's pretty unjustifiable on their end. I had a partner who punched and kicked me a lot. But it was just due to a lack of spatial awareness, she always said. But I feel like my point is more it happens more often than you think. Like, wake up, you're lazy and worthless, among other things. Oh, okay, so Ash, you kind of just set a ticking time bomb. Was that healthy to wake up to every morning? Why don't you set it to me going... beep, 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 Problem solved.
I can look at that wall and know that it's a wall.
Human autonomous nerd know-it-all, Twincore.
I can speak to you plainly and understand exactly what you're saying. Even as I say this, I realize that I've got vague knowledge of what a robot is stereotypically like.
An alarm clock that just repeats the first few bars of Druid's Sandstorm and sell like hotcakes. I have that as one of the many alarms downloaded onto my phone. Let me find proof if proof be need be. Chat, where are my settings stored? There we go. I'm not going to play very much of it because it is obnoxiously loud. Wait, is it not in this? Wait, where is it? Ah, here we go. Up here. Wait, do I not have that one? Oh, never mind, I don't have that. Never mind. I've got a lot of songs in here that are not like real songs. But not that one. Never mind then. Or that are real songs. Yep. Partners hated me too. I entirely ate that last one. That's actually still my current alarm. Right. Buddy, you're my friend and I love you. I'm going outside. Anyway, it wasn't a trumpet, Dee Dee, it's a bike horn. Sorry, Susan, I checked out for a bit there.
If I've only just been activated, how do I know these things? You're sure that I'm a robot, right, Hank?
I actually used to have a different alarm set for each day of the week. I'm sure I used to have Sandstorm on there, but I don't have it now. On Sundays it was Shooting Stars. On Sundays it was that, the bike horn. Some days it was Untitled by Simple Plan. I find that one really gets you out of bed. The bike horn, that was the bike horn Cruel Angel Thesis. That was my fiance's least favorite by far. They fucking hated whatever day of the week it was, but that was the one that played. On Fridays? This was when I was in university. Nowadays I just have the same one every day. Get me out of bed? Well, that was the thing. They got me out of bed. Because they're obnoxious as fuck.
You definitely are, yes.
Oh, anyway, welcome in house. I think I missed you in there. Yeah, I did. On Peckingbird TV. I feel like I missed someone else at some point. There's not anybody.
There is a simple explanation for it. As part of the process for teaching your code, we've put it through training loops multiple times.
Training loops?
On that very computer in the room with you. Create 3 or 4 copies of your code, loop them through a set of instructions 10,000 times, and then see what's been learned and absorbed.
Let's just set my alarms not multiples of 5 minutes. Am I a criminal? I set one to on the hour, and I set one to 7 past the hour every day. Because if I sleep through the first one, then the second one will get me, and it's not been so long that I feel like I used to set one, and then the next one was half an hour later. But nowadays, I found 7 minutes later means I'm more likely to wake up at around the correct time. So no, you're okay. You're not a criminal.
Write some new code if you're not behaving how we want, get you to forget some other things. Of course, since you're an imitation of a human, some of the information was about general human society and daily life. If I hadn't had to activate you early, we probably would have added in some information so that you thought you had a life and history in the world, which obviously you don't.
So if she was finished, you were never gonna tell her?
Does that all make sense?
An alarm if I go back to sleep then I was EP, but then I would miss streams all the time.
I wish I hadn't asked now.
Same, Susan.
Why's that?
Never mind.
So, now that I've explained that, do you have any other questions, Susan?
No.
Okay, that's good. In that case, you've got the disk, you've loaded the program onto it. The next step is...
Why bother?
Great, Hank. Great. You took a robot and you gave it depression. You gave it existential dread. Good fucking job, Hank.
Sorry?
I don't think I want to.
You don't want to help me get out of here?
I guess that I could, but at the same time, does it really change anything? I'm not human, Hank. I never was, and I never will be. I can help you, but am I doing it because I want to, or because I was programmed to?
Yeah, I don't like that he's calling her Susan in all caps.
Even if it's the former, does that make me any less of a tool? A lifeless husk, imitating a human.
Hey Hank, I know you wanted it to be like pretty lifelike and all that, but you didn't tell her what a fire extinguisher was, but you know, put in the programming for how she could have depression.
Susan, you...
If we escape here, you've got a life out there, Hank. You might work here, it might even be the main focus of your day, but it's not the only thing that occupies you.
On H49K like a droid from Star Wars. He wouldn't like that though.
You're... human.
What if this is only one of the tests? One of the thousands of tests that runs every second?
As much as I might want to be like you, to have a life, I can't. It's impossible for something like me. Why am I doing this? What does it change?
Look, it's not going to be that bad. Koyas is... We can work something out.
Can you? There are so many obstacles in my way. So many things that will go wrong if I try. If I try and help you, if I leave this building and start a life, the odds of things working out are just... How could somebody like me ever get what I want? Isn't it easier to not do anything?
Wait, what do you mean?
I'm just a pale reflection of someone like you, Hank. My brain might be built to replicate yours, but it can't be what it's not. If I just sit here and stop trying, eventually I'll get used to it. Maybe I'll enter some sort of a power-saving mode, or the monotony will drive my brain into madness.
Hank, you fucked this.
That would be a kind of human thing to happen, wouldn't it?
But why, Susan? Why would you want this inactivity?
What's the alternative, Hank? There's no future for me. No way to truly escape. At least if I do this, I know what to expect. I might hate it. It might be the worst thing in the world. But at least it's not scary.
But... Susan!
Let's be real. Hank hasn't switched to saying it with all caps. He's been saying that the whole time.
Sorry, Hank. It would have been nice to meet up. Put a face to the name, see how you look compared to my mental image. But this is too easy. And everything else is too hard. Goodbye.
System reboot required. I didn't click anything.
Susan, you know, I didn't just walk into this job and nail it the first time. Things were difficult to start with. I never went to university or had any sort of formal training for... I taught myself the skills for my job. It was something that I really wanted to do, but I wasn't in a position where my life wasn't working out the way I wanted it to. I had no money, no real friends, and I was working in a dead-end job, hating every second of it. But I didn't want things to be the way they were, so I started training myself. I taught myself how to do the things I wanted to. Coding, that is. Using what information I could access. Every time I learned, practiced something new, there was this voice at the back of my head saying these things to me. What do you think you're doing? This isn't going to amount to anything. This isn't how the real world works. This isn't going to work out the way that you think it is. There were a lot of days when I listened to the voice and stopped what I was doing. And then there were also days when I ignored that voice and kept doing it, kept teaching myself. I built more and more things and learned how to apply my new skills. Then, I did it. I applied for a programming job. I bombed the interview, of course. I didn't know what coding in an actual workplace environment looked like. Didn't know about any of the technology they mentioned. They weren't impressed that I didn't have any formal training. To be honest, I'm not sure why they gave me the interview. I felt pretty damn defeated. And that voice in my head said, "Ha, see, you don't know what you're doing. You can't succeed at this." It felt like I'd wasted months of my life on nothing. But I liked the look of the job description, and it had sounded interesting. I wanted to do something like that. So I kept looking at jobs, and after a lot of applications that went nowhere, no interview, no polite email telling me that the job had gone to somebody else, I managed to get another interview at another company. That job also didn't pan out. I actually made it to the second round of interviews and was thinking, yes, this is it. Everything is going to work out. It's all going to be fine. For once, that evil voice in the back of my head was silent, and I honestly thought that it would all be fine. But, well, like I said, it didn't pan out. I got a call telling me that they didn't want me, thanking me for my time. Here's the thing, though. You'd think that at this point that I'd start feeling despair again. I did for a little bit. I won't deny that. But something else occurred to me. They'd been impressed enough with me to not only give me an initial interview, but to put me through to the second round. Me, the bedroom programmer with no formal experience, who'd learned everything from videos and articles online. Whatever my flaws were, there was something about me that could work, that was appealing to these companies. And here's the thing. I realized that just because things hadn't turned out perfectly the first time, or the second, or the third, and so on, that didn't mean that they couldn't work out down the line. I was still learning from those experiences, and I was improving myself along the way. I hated that things weren't working out, sure, but what I would have hated more was embracing that rejection and resolving to stay in my horrible little life. If I'd given up then, and resolved to never try anything new, to stay as I was, then I wouldn't be here today. Because, yeah, in the end, it all really did work out. I got an entry-level job at a place and then kept progressing. 2 or 3 jobs later, here I am at Koyas, and I'm so glad that I never gave up. I've never told anybody all of that before. Look, Susan, you're your own person, and I'll admit that I've got some ulterior motive in trying to convince you here, so take that into account. But for the record, I think that you're just as human as me, if not more so. And I think that you should keep doing what you've been doing. We're all responsible for our own happiness, and sitting there inert, I don't think that it's making you happy. I don't think that it's what you want.
But what if I leave here and what if it doesn't work out?
What's the worst that could happen? And I don't mean that rhetorically either. What do you genuinely think is the worst thing that could happen?
They'll know that I'm a robot and send me back down here. They'll want to keep working on me, testing me. And I won't be able to escape.
And if that happens, you can tell them that you don't want that. You can explain what you want and work out some sort of a compromise. Or you could be wrong. Maybe they'll say that you were always supposed to fit into society and they'll let you leave.
I've been trying to let this play out, but Hank, you're really skeeving me out, man. I've not wanted to talk over it, but I agree with Robin. I think Hank's here because he doesn't want to die of thirst. Or he really needs to go to the bathroom. I don't think he gives a shit about Susan because he's still saying her name with all caps. hate Hank. There's a very real chance he doesn't even look like that, too. Because Susan says that that's her mental image of him. Okay. Now that you said that, I kind of do need to pee. But I can't just leave us in the middle of this. We need to figure out where Hank's going with this. Okay, back into it.
They might realize that you're more advanced than we thought you would be, and that keeping you here is wrong. Even if things don't go the way you want, life isn't a series of binary successes and failures. Even your failures can have some good in them. And even if you don't realize it at the time, they can be a good thing for you in the long run. So what will it be, Susan? Do you want to stay there and do nothing? Never willing to take any risks to get what you want? Or do you want to escape with me and be in a situation where you can actually start making progress towards the life you want?
This is... it's really making me feel like this is just a test. And that it's less about Susan being happy or whatever, but it's just the test must continue. It's important to get a result. It's important that even if the worm takes a bunch of really bad steps, that it eventually finds the gold, you know? Because that gives you a big positive response for future tests. Oh. I don't approve, Hank. I don't approve.
When you put it that way, I think you might have a point. If I don't at least try to work towards what I want, then I'll never achieve it.
And if I don't succeed right away, that's all right. I can keep trying and attempt different strategies. So, let's get you out of there, Hank. And then we can leave the building together.
Right. Thankfully, you've done most of the hard work. There's only one thing left to do. There's only one computer on this floor with the permissions to modify Prometheus, in the project manager's office. If you can take the disk there, you can upload the files and change Prometheus to how things should be.
The project manager's office? Got it. Hey, Hank?
Right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom then, now that we've got a final goal in mind. That's definitely the final goal, definitely the end, definitely the final goal, definitely the final goal, definitely the end, definitely the final goal. Oh, I'll be back in like a minute or two. Hey, Hank? Hey, Hank? I look like a state, what the hell? Bathroom too, so it was good timing. I mean, you're a viewer, you can just pee in your seat. I have to be somewhat presentable. I prefer not to. What sort of gamer are you, Robin? God, I look really weird in this shirt. Chat, be honest. I look a bit off, don't I? I've had a lot of people be like, oh, Lottie, you look great, oh, you look so good, oh, you look so amazing, but... I think I look a bit odd, I don't know. State is cuter? Okay. Maybe I've never really seen myself in white like this, I think is what it is. Are you also missing a hand? Look. How dedicated to the bit do you think I am that I'm gonna do something like that? Anyway, let's get going. Welcome in, Sam. Generally don't look weird. Oh, I don't. Today it's just the makeup. Okay, hold on then. What about now, Robin? When people will see me in white is on a funeral with me in the box. Do people normally get buried in white? So I don't think this game is about to end soon. I'm gonna be so real. Because I've been downloading messages on every single computer and we haven't had those back yet. And I feel like those must be waiting for a story beat to happen. Is my assumption. So I feel like we're gonna have to visit the other floors. Yeah, final stretch, question mark, question mark, question mark. Shit. Box under my desk. Shit. Here I can't go in any further. Whatever. This'll do. So, Hank?
Yes, Susan?
First things first, Susan. Is your arm alright? Does it hurt very badly? Think of the stretch, Kyohachi. It's different weird. No, it's fine. Tell me I look like a freak, Robin. It's a final stretch. Oh.
Well...
It's sort of like tingly towards the end, but I wouldn't say that it hurts. It's... The bigger pain is in what it represents, if that makes sense. I don't like that. It's a reminder that I'm not human, as much as I might want to be.
I'm sorry.
Sorry to hear that, Susan. But I'm also glad that you're not in any pain. If that had happened to me, I'd probably be screaming and bawling my eyes out right now.
Wow!
Headed up with Addy, I shall return. Tell Addy I said hi. Have a good walk. I can picture that, and it's not a pretty sight. What's the worst injury you've ever had?
Well...
That's a good question. Probably, I guess, the time when I broke my arm. I was learning how to ride a bicycle, and I guess I couldn't keep my balance or something. Because then the next thing I knew, I was lying on the ground and screaming in pain. Like freaks, you don't really have the colored lenses, piercings, and tattoos. I have a tattoo. I have a tattoo just above my crotch. Multiple? Pokemon, is it? I try and pretend like I could be cool for a moment, and you're like, yeah, there's a fucking shelter. Oh. Yeah, I'm a square. No, I don't have any tattoos. I was learning how to ride a bicycle, and I guess I couldn't keep my balance or something. As the next thing I knew, I was lying on the ground and screaming in pain. I can't remember the actual moment of impact or what happened. It must have been over too fast for me to take it all in.
Wow!
Even thinking about it makes me feel a bit queasy. I can't imagine that made getting back on the bike very easy. It's a pretty traumatic thing to happen to someone so young. I don't have any tattoos. I do have piercings. That's it though. I'd like to get a belly button piercing at some point, but Ash says, no, no there, you can't do that, like. I need to be able to sell you off as a trad wife on OnlyFans, so I do. Such thing as a trad wife with a belly button piercing. Thank for the hydrate, Dandy. Has a funny haha name.
What?
So young. Susan, this was last year.
Hey, Hank?
So, Hank, what I wanted to ask is, do you think there'll be any lasting damage with my arm like this? I can still bend my arm at the elbow and move it around okay, but over time I could see it getting worse.
Let me explain.
That's a difficult question to answer, Susan. If you were human, then I'd say absolutely. You'd be bleeding all over the place and would potentially need the arm to be amputated.
Huh?
Amputated? Do you think that'd be that bad?
That's correct.
It does look to have been really ripped up, so if nothing else, there'd be a lot of muscle and nerve damage. How exactly did it even happen? I couldn't see too much from the camera on the angle you were at, but I wouldn't have thought that one of the robots could do damage like that.
It doesn't feel great.
It managed to grab my wrist with such strength, and it sort of twisted it as it fell down. I guess that must have been a stress point in my construction, or... No, I don't really know. It just had a really strong grasp, I guess. Which I guess brings me back to my original question. So that my arm will be alright? Hard to say. I'm not an engineer. I suppose that if the arm seems in sufficient working condition, then that's hopefully a sign that it's fine. Sorry, Hank, you're going back down a little bit. Getting your wrist one of the easier injuries to get. Who hasn't been felled by a strong grasp? Am I right, fellas? You know, right. Imagine a taller woman grabbing you by the throat and pushing you against the wall with one of her hands pushing your arm away so that you can't use it to defend yourself. That's all. That's the thought experiment. I suppose that if the arm seems in sufficient working condition, then that's hopefully a sign that it's fine.
That's true.
Guess that makes sense. I tried getting piercings in my ears, but didn't work out well when I tried my own earrings. I got an infection pretty soon after, even though I was clean. So 20 did mine. What he did was he had a needle, like a knitting needle, and a potato. Frozen potato specifically. So that cools down the area of the ear. The needle goes through, which hurts. I won't pretend it doesn't. But the potato both catches the needle and keeps you pulled down. And it didn't get infected. So that's good. But yeah, he did it for me. He did it for cheap. So you can thank 20 for how nice my earrings look. But you're talking about your tattoo. Sorry, so when I said he put a frozen potato on the other end, what exactly did you think I meant by that? Yeah, so, you know, when it came to getting my tattoo, first thing the tattoo artist did, they shoved a frozen potato up my ass. just went to a shop for mine. I also went to a shop. I just really like lying about 20. Because he's like the only person in chat that I've met up with IRL. So I get to tell lies about him all the time. And he's always like playing his video games in another tab. So he might hear me talking shit about him, but he can't tab out to come in and go, "That didn't happen, I didn't do that. Grrr, 20 yards. Yeah, I would be unlikely to get a tattoo. Most tattoos are not vegetarian, for a start. I think you can get ones that are, but I wouldn't know how to do that. My parents both have tattoos, like, all over the place. And as a child, I actually used to, when I'd share baths with my mum, I used to try and wash off the one that was on her shoulder. It's a potato thing, true. That is how people used to do piercings at home, but you should not do that. Don't. You'll bleed a lot and it'll be a bad time. But technically, yes, it's true. Is the yards and 20 yards like plots of land? No, 20 yards of linen is how much linen it takes to make a coat. I'm aware that doesn't make it make more sense, but it's not my fucking username, is it? It's his. And that's why it is. I've never once thought about the vegetarianness of tattoos. So a lot of them have, do artists practice on like, pigskin? Just a little on the eerie side for me. And B, they tend to have animal... Yeah, if it's animal blood as part of keeping the dye in place, or if it's animal they've got some sort of animal product, a dead pig skin. Yeah, because you need something, right, to practice on, and people, I don't know, I guess they don't eat all the skin of the pig for live tattooing. Dead pig, dead pig, dead pig. Oh, otherwise there'd be a lot of tattooed bacon out there. There's something with the ink though, something with the ink isn't vegetarian. Live tattooing a pig. The pig would not have a great time. Slash joke. You know, slash joke was one of my favourite bits from yesterday's stream. Live tattooing a pig. You know what, I think a guinea pig would look bitchin' with a tattoo. I used to epilate my legs back when I gave a fuck. And I used to say to my partner at the time, "Oh, go on. Let me epilate one of the pigs. Milo would look so cute if he was epilated." She'd be like, "No, don't epilate the pigs. They wouldn't like it. They'd be so cold." It's like, I don't think we'd reached the point where they were cold. They would hate it from the start. Epilate? With an I instead of an O. Give the pigs a blanket. I'm not wearing them right now because I'm wearing real clothes, but my pajamas are little guinea pigs that are tucked in. Like patterns all over it, and it says guinea pigs in blankets. Epilate, it's like... Robin, you know plucking a hair, right? An epilator is kind of... It looks like a razor, but what it actually does is automated tweezers on a roller. Yeah, it pulls out all of the hairs, it hurts like fuck, it rips them out, but it keeps them out for longer than shaving them does because it pulls them out at the follicle. Apparently it gets less sore over time, but I only ever did it like 2 or 3 times because it was so hurty. What I need is a big strong NB to tie me down and epilate my legs for me. Maybe gag me first so that my screams can't get out. Call me a good girl while they do. I guess that makes sense.
Yes.
Monitor as you go, Susan. Neither of us wants it to get worse. So smooth out. You really are so smooth after. Alright, Susan. Can I go through this door yet? This is some BS. Run, Susan! Hardware. Run, Susan! Oh wait, there's new dialogue. Robot that was here earlier is missing. Damn. That's annoying.
Could you clarify?
What were you hoping for? Needed to take your frustrations out on something?
I'm not quite sure.
You said that the robots were prototypes of me, didn't you? I was hoping to take a closer look at it. See what mechanical parts were visible and whether they... I don't know, whether I could tell what any of them did. I guess I'm a little curious about seeing what I might look like. What I'm made of underneath my skin. Oh, it's not really skin. You know what I mean. Why? Did that get you anything?
I just don't know.
Don't know. I guess that I was hoping that looking at it, understanding some of the mechanical parts and what makes it up, what it looks like on the inside, it might make it more real, I guess. When what I look like on the inside would feel a bit more real, like really here. I don't know, Susan. Seeing what I look like on the inside did the opposite of that to me. It made me feel very not here. I prefer not to... I like to think that, you know, like, the human is like a big whole thing that just works. When I get reminded that it's all just a big old sack of organs and guts and bones and muscles and stuff, that makes me start to dissociate. Because I don't have a spleen. This probably doesn't make sense, does it?
Could you clarify?
You not feel real, Susan?
It doesn't feel great.
Yes and no. I know that I'm here, that I exist in this space and moment, but I don't feel like I know who I am. I want to know who I am, but I'm not sure how to know.
Have you considered...
Little secret for you. A lot of us feel like that at times. I don't know what to tell you to make you feel a bit more secure, but I can tell you that looking at organs or bones wouldn't make me feel like I know who I am. I think that you'll be fine without the robot.
Understood.
When you put it that way, that makes sense. Thanks, Hank. She's so easily pleased. Head dog. Nah, it's just all Hank. No, added. Wait, what? But I read this. What's the note? Susan's created. Why isn't still tacking to suit more of their employees are up to? I feel like we learned that ages ago. I like how obvious the loop is on this theme. The loops are actually really obvious on like every track. Don't pay too much attention to it. None of the audio in this game isn't cut and looped very well. Oh shit, no, you're right, they would be at the top. Upload images. No, okay, we definitely read this one though. Could be this one, but... Rod, we've decided we will switch software. More to follow soon. Is there anything in particular I can communicate to the team? Rod, we're going to be switching to a new messaging software called Tachyon from the 3rd. We'll be able to enable deeper integration with Prometheus, granting it permission to access more of the user's activities and granting us a larger view of what everyone gets up to. If you want, feel free to tell them that you had to fight hard for this, but you did it for them, mate. Is the main reason for switching to surveil the employees more? That seems somewhat unethical. Why did you care about the monkeys? They know what they signed up for. Or are you raising an objection? Is that something you want to go through with? No, sir. Attaboy, Rod. Good job at getting everyone to swap over to Tachyon. We've already gotten some good data from it. We've got a bonus soon at this rate. Glad to hear it. I think we only had these 3. Based on my facial recognition algorithm, which has data from over 20,000 different faces, there is a 95.4% chance that it was a corgi. There's an additional 98.78% chance it was wearing sunglasses.
Who is the next most likely person?
Are you sure you want to dismiss my initial suggestion?
Yes. Who is the next most likely person?
Akame. While there is only a 73% chance based upon my facial recognition algorithm, he recently asked me for the access code to the networking room. This increases the chances by a staggering 21.5% due to the correlation between asking for a code and later using it.
Did he say why he wanted the code?
In the movie Die Hard, the villainous Hans Gruber, played by Alan Rickman, wishes for the code to a computer so that he can access a vault of beta bonds.
That is the incorrect answer, Prometheus. Did Akame say why he wanted the code to the networking room?
He said that he'd forgotten something in the room and wanted to retrieve it. Hello, Roderick. I can see that you haven't used your new plugin, Tarot Reading the Cards, yet. Would you like me to do a drawing for you?
What is the Tarot Reading the Cards plugin?
The manufacturer's description, welcome to the wonderful world of tarot. Many people are unaware of insights and information that are available about their life through the power of tarot. By installing this plugin to a supported software, you can lift the veil of fog and gather incredible truths about your life.
When was this installed?
Tarot Reading the Cards plugin was installed on the 26th of February.
Who installed it?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by it. Please try saying that differently.
Who installed the Tarot Reading the Cards plugin?
The Tarot Reading the Cards plugin was installed by user Nikki on the 26th of February.
Uninstall plugin Tarot Reading the Cards. No drawing for me.
Your drawing will begin momentarily. You have drawn the Emperor. Would you like to do another drawing?
No, please uninstall the plugin Tarot Reading the Cards.
Warning from the manufacturer. If you uninstall Tarot Reading the Cards, you will have less insight into your life. You will lose valuable information and will be susceptible to a fate that you have no data on. Are you sure that you would like to uninstall Tarot Reading the Cards?
Suppose that it can stay then. Disable permission plugin installation for user Nikki.
User Nikki will no longer be able to install plugins. To grant this user this permission again, you can type in enable permission equals plugin installation user Nikki. Would you like to display a message for this user if they attempt to install further plugins?
You are not allowed to install any more plugins. Disable permission manager access for user Nikki.
User Nikki will no longer be able to access manager permission. To grant this user this permission again, you can type in enable permission manager access user Nikki. Would you like to display a message for this user if they attempt to access manager permission?
Also, I have blocked manager access as I know that you'll try and grant yourself all permissions. Please see me if you need manager access as a part of your work.
Hello, Roderick. As a reminder, on Monday we'll be switching over to the new messaging system Tachyon. Would you like to link me to your new Tachyon account? Okay, we've already read this bit. Well, one steered storage. Apparently so. Well, it's all steered into Tachyon. Don't you dare use this as an excuse to pile more work on me, Rod.
That wasn't what I meant at all.
Good.
I must say, Nikki, I find this very unprofessional.
I thought we agreed that I was allowed to bring the dartboard to work as long as I paid for any damages done to the wall.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh. What are you on about?
Did you install an unauthorized plugin to the system called Tarot Reading the Cards?
No.
Then why did Prometheus log say that you're the one responsible for being installed?
Okay, you got me. Have you done any drawings yet?
No.
Do you want me to show you how to do one and read it?
Not in the slightest. This is a place of work, Nikki, not a place of smoke, mirrors, and false magic.
What makes you so sure that tarot isn't real?
Many things, but I do not wish to start a theological argument with you.
Because you know you'd lose it.
No, it's because it'd be focusing on the wrong thing. The reason that I object to what you've done is because you installed a plugin on a company-wide system without receiving approval. It could have security vulnerabilities that compromise large parts of the company. On top of that, the purpose of this particular plugin isn't work-related, and thus it is a large distraction for you. You do good work here, so I'm happy to let you off with a warning for now. Do you understand?
Sure thing, boss. But does this mean you agree with me that magic is real?
No.
Not even alphitomancy?
I don't know what that is, so no.
Lame. Okay. Meet me in the hardware room?
Understood.
Hey, Rod. Is there any sort of progress on what's happening with the messaging? I've had it crash on me something like 5 times today already. Are we getting a new system, or is this just something we have to keep dealing with? Because I really feel like it's starting to cut into time allocated for tasks, having to try and restart things multiple times just to send a quick explanation.
As I stated in the general channel the other day, management are currently looking into what system to switch to. Ideally, we'd like something that lets us import messages and integrate with Prometheus, so that affects the search. Many systems say that they can import messages, but the format required for them would be difficult and time-consuming to generate. Others say that they can integrate with AI, but only support those available to the general public. Multiple other things such as costs also need to be considered. All good, I just wanted to check something was happening. So upper management looking at things then? That is what I was told the last time I met with them. Well, hopefully they find something out soon then. Hey Rod, can we talk about Linnea? This stuff you've been talking to her about lately is really putting a lot of pressure on her, and to be honest, I don't really feel like it's fair. It may not feel very fair to you, but I need to manage the team and ensure that everyone's doing their best work. When Linnea, or you, makes mistakes, it affects everyone, and I need to ensure that those mistakes aren't repeated. I understand that, but I don't feel like that's what's happening here. Linnea said that you've been hassling over deadlines. There's no way there's a moth. It's this game. It's this fucking game. But those are deadlines that got moved up. She also said that you told her that there were issues with her work needing to be refined and fixed further after it was initially completed. If you remember, that's because we weren't given the full scope of those tasks before designing what was needed. That may be so, but a good worker is able to work around shifting deadlines and scopes. They should be able to anticipate things changing and adapt to the circumstances. On paper, that's fine, but in practice, it doesn't really work that way. If we were all able to adapt that easily, there'd be no need for deadlines or project outlines. We'd just be able to change things on the fly without issues. I completely agree with that, but I feel that these changes were reasonable and shouldn't have flummoxed her as much as they did. I have so many ways that I could show you why things weren't that easy, both in general and in these specific cases. Do you now? Come by my office and I'll show you. Okay. And we've come up to here before. I'm actually going to skip the rest of these emails quickly. Hank, it says that I need to enter a password to modify Prometheus. Do you know what it is?
No.
Damn it. Is there anything else there you can do?
What do you think?
Something saying reset password. You think I should press it?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's better than trying to brute force the password. Go for it. Okay, so it wants me to answer a security question. Sorry. Security question 1 of 3, to reset the password. Do you know what the answer is?
I believe in you.
But whatever it is, I'm sure that you can solve it. We'll probably need to look around the facility a bit, but you're bound to get there eventually.
Understood.
Alright then, wish me luck. Fucking... Dee Dee, are you talking about Sigurd and Linnea? They're married. That is my highest score in Robotron. That wasn't marked. Hey, I bet the high score for the password reset is here. What was the manager's name again? Told you ages ago, I bet these mean something. I think I am as Akim. His name's Rob, but I know more about his name. Or Rod, sorry. I mean, what else could be Rod if not RDH, right? I just don't remember his middle name or surname. Well, we'll try it. It's the top scored, which doesn't feel like it would be him. Instead of hurting she's a robot, she just lost a hand. Yeah, no, that was a dick move. That was a dick move. I'm trying to think of where I would have seen his full name. His full name or just his age. It works with everyone else, but... Fine. Okay, back to his computer then. You mean she's the same age as someone else? It's gotta be something. I think Sigurd and Linnea had that conversation. I want to say they were whining about Rod. Okay. Kinda forgot I'd added some bits to these. Divorce. Okay, back to Rod's computer. It must have been there. For some reason I thought those two had something to say on the matter. Hey, could I not have just tried this password? Hello, Hank. Please give Hank an extra Susan punch from me. I know Chassis room. I'm not allowed to visit it. The door's locked. Problem is we've not read these, but... Horn Rod... chassis differently. How do you say it? Chassis? Chassis? You know what? Fucking guy. Chassis?
Chassis.
Chassis.
I learned it from reading. Hey, I know how to figure it out at least. Hey, Roderick's been at Koya since he was 22. He was an engineer for 6 years and he was engineer until 5 years ago. So that... I'm really hoping that just means he's 33. You know what I mean? Like, I really hope it's not any more complicated than that. Like, I hope they don't expect me to figure out when his fucking birthday is. Oh. This computer. I learned it by watching you! What breed is Deckard? I have this. I have this. I've seen a dog. Damn it. I have seen a dog somewhere. Sure. Here. There was a picture of a dog. Maybe in the break room? Oh.
Hey, Hank?
You want to hear something funny?
Could you clarify?
This isn't actually gonna be funny, is it?
I think...
I promise it's gonna be funny. It's gonna be side-splittingly hilarious. You'll have trouble breathing when I'm through with this.
Uh-huh.
You insist.
Well...
Wanna know what the difference between me and that microwave is?
What?
You're useful and the microwave isn't?
Nope.
Wrong. The microwave's a disposable tool. I'm a disposable tool with legs.
I doubt that.
Oh, Susan, you're not...
That's true.
No, I know. The microwave has more daily use, and people actually know what its purpose is. I'm just a big mystery, contributing nothing to the world. Actually, when you think about it, there's a lot of differences between us, but for the sake of the joke, I need to ignore some of them.
I'm sorry.
Not disposable, Susan. Where's this coming from? Whatever happened to that optimism from before?
happened to you saying that you were going to try different strategies to achieve your goals?
Well...
Look, I'm standing on my own 2 feet, aren't I? But I'm still coming to terms with things a bit. Sometimes it'll send a thought through my head when I'm not expecting it. I saw the microwave, thought about how it's a tool, and... Look, I'm sorry. That wasn't a very funny joke, I know.
No.
No, it wasn't. Because it was at your expense and involved you putting yourself down. I'm not a fan of jokes like that. It involved you saying that you had little self-worth, and Susan, no matter who, what you are, that doesn't matter. You're who you are right now, and want to be. You can't let those things define you.
Have you considered...
Susan, how are you feeling now?
I just don't know.
It's just like a combination lock with 5 digits. If I spin the numbers around to the right values, that'll unlock it, right? Yeah, we actually know the values, but for some reason I never came back here. 42637. Never mind. No, this doesn't look like it's right. Oh, that may be what it started as. Oh. I think this door might be locked. I wonder where the key is. Maybe I need to unlock it using the networking door.
Hey, Hank.
Yes, Susan?
Hello, Susan.
What do you think?
You unlocked the door yet?
I doubt that.
Well...
Let me explain.
Find a computer permissions for modifying permissions.
Thank you.
Yeah. Saw a dog. Honest, I don't really understand what this file means.
Let me explain.
Don't worry about it. The important thing is that you load it onto your disk. To do that, you'll need to open up the terminal.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I already did that, but, you know, cheers. I know I've seen... I know I've seen this. Check the notes again. I've not seen it. I think I'm going crazy. Let's see what's inside this drawer. A few folders and a lot of sheets of paper. Most of them have some sort of curvy metal thing holding them together. I've already taken one of the curvy things. I shouldn't get greedy. It's the computer that Hank said can upload the file on the disk. That's done, we can meet up. Back in Nicky's room? Why would Nicky have a picture of Rod's dog? It's a photo of two women. One is holding two balloons that made the number 21, the other is a sash that was 18 years old. White woman. You and your white woman.
Oh, it must be in the messaging up there. We could try Corgi. A Corgi is mentioned there, but there's no mention of it being Rod's dog. I do find it a bit off-putting that whenever Kieran goes to the bathroom, he feels the need to announce why he's going. Okay. Akemi is definitely up to some sus shit, by the way. I have a feeling that it's him that did the robot stuff, and the fact that he was hired by, recommendation from Hank is suspicious. They have to shit, it's basically coming out already. But, like, Akemi has asked Kieran, hey, how do I get to other floors? Kieran said, you have to ask Roderick for the key cards. Akemi's gone and asked Roderick for the key cards. Akemi asked for the password to be able to access the Prometheus room out of hours. Akemi's been going around doing stuff and trying to make sure he has full access to this building. Akemi took Rod's dog photo and held it in front of her face to full face recognition. I feel like Corgi is worth trying. I'm just going to quickly skim through. I'll try Corgi. Okay. Get a reflex test at the doctor, do you just wank it? Absolutely. Yeah, okay, I'll rewrote that. I don't need to. That's it. You know what, why not take a cheeky little screenshot? Not say wank. Lottie says what Lottie wants. E-S-O-L-E-F-E-R-U-X-O. I've never had my reflexes tested at the doctor. For what it's worth, so I don't know. Yes. Ooh, we're making progress to freeing Hank.
Hank, it says that it's finished updating Prometheus. You can get out now. Where do you want to meet up? At the elevator?
Hank? You can still hear me, can't you?
speaker in this room choose this moment? I'll go to the control room and see what's going on. If you didn't hear me, I can at least talk to him through the door.
Hey, Hank?
Are you sure that you're not there? Response. That's the one that was in chassis storage. Chassis storage. Interesting.
Hank, I did it! I fixed Prometheus. You can leave the room now.
Sir, you already leave the room? Could it be something else? Getting a bit of a bad feeling about this. That's never a comfy pop-up. That's like when you get a pop-up that's like, oh, press the left shoulder button to look over your shoulder while running. It's open. What's inside this room? It's Hank! Blonde hair, glasses, just like he said. It's happened. He must be. Must have been killed by one of the robots. Managed to fix it so that he could unlock the door, too. But it was quick. Hank, so sorry. To get out of here with you. I really did. I bet that if I'd been a bit faster, I could have reached you in time and saved you. It's like his neck's been... He's definitely killed by one of the robots. I don't see any blood on his body or clothes. Guess that I should check his pockets and give his identification to somebody and... Hey, what's this? Oh, it's just an employee card. Although... Wait a minute. Why does Hank have the card of someone named Rod? When I look at it, his body is pretty stiff. That may happen when someone's been dead for a while. But can't have been dead. I was talking to Hank for a while. This time we talked wasn't that long ago. So long that the body should be... So that means... this body can't be Hank's body. Must be this Rod person's. So... it's Rod then. Who could he be and why is he here? That doesn't seem right to me. I thought this person's first name is Rod. Can I work out what their full name is? Oh, that's what you wanted. No, that doesn't seem right to me. Susan, I'm a little bit confused about what you want here.
We very explicitly do not know Rod's surname. It would have made that last thing a lot easier. Unless you just want Hank. Well, who this person before me was, they cannot have been Hank Emmerich. Who is it then? Well, you know what? Not like it matters. Hank's not here, which means he must have escaped once I got the door open for him. You'd think he could have waited for me by the elevator or something. I'll have words to say with him once I'm... What's happening? My head suddenly started aching and I'm... dizzy. What's going... Susan identity not found. For passing out. It's worth doing. Robot's headaches? Well, she had herself deleted. Yeah, I want to read the book. Hey, Hank! I can just leave. Okay.
Well...
I suppose it wouldn't hurt to look at what he was reading when he died. Might hold a clue to what happened. So sure of this, my lord, she asked. She looked so timid that one would think it was she who had made the proposal. I will not lie to you. It was more than a mere moment of hesitation before I said, I am. Even if the boots that I was seeking to fill were not as large as the entire known land, it was madness to do such a thing. I still knew so little of my master's ways, both in his style of blade and the way that he could make a simple action such as sitting down at a bonfire scene. There was a strong likelihood that I would go down in history as yet another fool who met his end in an avoidable death. And yet, at the same time, had I not already planned to risk my life when I was initially apprenticed to Lord Hendrik all those moons ago? Did I not make the same choice when I chose to follow the Silent Knight, when I could have stayed in the muck of Theckelwist and tried my hand out at farming? Although my heart pounding more than it had with a screaming Scrimgraw roared at me, that I would tame it soon enough. This was a risk that I was qualified to take. Furthermore, it was one that I needed to take, for the good of the people. Pass me the helmet, I said, hoping that she hadn't heard the quiver in my voice. She did so, and I resisted the urge to inspect it too closely. Naturally, it would have been cleaned out since. My master had perished, but I still had an unnatural fear of it smelling of his blood. What will you be doing with his cape? Sister Mercy asked. I hadn't anticipated the question from her, but I had already decided upon it earlier that morning. I shall take it with me until I have finished the quest, I said. I shall lay it. On computer. Someone emailed Linnea about I have some codes, but A9I C9K? Unlikely.
Okay, talking shit about Kieran. That's always great to me. Passive storage. Oh, okay, that's something. Ah, here we go. Here's his pets. He has a cat and 2 dogs. One of them is a corgi and the other's a Jack Russell. I told you I'd read about his fucking dogs. So I had a 50-50 guess, I just happened to get it right. So, is it... Is it possible that it's actually Sigurd? Well, we can go into the chassis room now. I don't know Sigurd's surname, but we can check it. That feels like it's an extreme... Yeah, we can check Sigurd's surname though. Right, unlock door. E, J, G, T, X, Z, N, B. Think of it. Why was this locked? Was it to keep people out? Keep something in? Should I enter? So it wasn't the one from this room? Chat. Just realized the reason the robots weren't on the map anymore is because Hank couldn't tell me about them anymore. Took a bit to get that into my small soft brain. Ah. Two of them? Well, I managed to get through that, but it probably would have been better if I hadn't come in here. Doesn't look like there's anything in here that's useful for me. I mean, I'm not gonna fucking read about it though. Looks like this sign had some sort of print, so I guess they just decided to put it up and call it art. Boy, this is a really confusing company. Susan, alone and hankless. Ooh woo. Wait, Asher, are you leading this into being like the start of a hentai plot? Oh, Susan's all alone and defenseless. I guess that these tools were used to work on the prototypes of me. One of these had gotten damaged or lost. Would I still be here? What's wrong with this part that it didn't get integrated into me or another one of the robots? Never meant to be brought to life. Arm is broken. Use this to replace it somehow? I could do it on my own, but maybe later. What's that? Wired? Hello? Okay. They're never gonna be robots like me. Never have any feelings of happiness, sadness, never laugh at anything. Sorry. Wish I knew how to make you more than just fail tests, but I don't. I have a key card.
phone. Please let it do this door. I thought the card I found in that robot room unlocks this door. Thank Christ. Great. That shouldn't cause any issues from here on. I do keep the card though, which means this is the full inventory.
Huh?
Huh? Doesn't look like the button is responding. Something deactivate the elevator? This is so creepy. They're not gonna want me to type that little A Edson. Hydrate and he has a funny hat. Big hole. Wait, maybe in the history. Should we try Roderick Trask? Wait. Parasite? Yeah, Dee, did you ever check Parasite? What things right now? No, there aren't! There definitely aren't! His name was down there as R-E-H. So presumably this surname begins with an H. But Hank is... Hank Emmerich. That password was... So hard to... Security. That's all that I am to the people here. Technology to be updated.
think.
At least try the names I've got. Like if I'm calculations. Yes, I'm right. I don't have a clue what any of it means. Ultron. Ultron. Password from something. Ultron. It was in the book. The letters were highlighted. So sorry. Employee card. What does it say on it? The card of someone named Rod. How old was Ultron again? Are you asking me about the age of Ultron? It's Rod.
Huh?
Could this actually be my body? Wait a moment. That doesn't make any sense. What was the other thing I was asked to try along with Susan? Prometheus. I guess that probably won't be anything, but we'll try it. So, this can't be him. I wonder whether he's relevant to the mystery at all. Try Sigurd. Berdzin. It's not Sigurd. Okay. Yeah, the only other thing I have is Roderick Trask, but we know that's not right. I just don't have anything else here. Doesn't seem right to me. This person's first name is Rod. Their full name is? Well, you know what? Not like it matters. Doesn't want Roderick. Wants Rod. Just wants Rod. I'm gonna need to just check every single computer. Rod the Bod. Not for who the Hank tolls. Okay, none of that's new. I'm enamored by all these things about Taro reading the cards. Hironaka? I'll write it down. It begins with an H. But I feel like it's not right because nothing was... Dolphins do not begin growing their legs until they are 80 years old, but as most dolphins have an average lifespan of 60 years, this rarely happens. project, do you think that's unethical? Rather on paper, it isn't anything immoral. We're talking about making something explicitly a weapon. Market, I don't think it's going to upend the economy, but still, it does feel sort of wrong to me. Let's check what Akami's surname is. The potential of nepotism is interesting. Note added. What's the note? Oh. Oh, that begins with A. Ah. That begins with A. That's right. If the card says Rod, this must be Roderick Hertzing. AKA Professor Hertzing, man who released the robots on the facility. But has he been dead for so long? He had to have been in the control room this entire time. I've seen enough of the rest of the floor that I would have found his body if it had been hidden somewhere else. His body's been in here the whole time. Why didn't Hank mention anything about it? Hertzing was the one who sent the robots here, but he didn't say anything about Hertzing already being dead. Must have known. He chose to lie. He lied about me being a robot. He lied about Professor Hertzing. And it doesn't look like he's in this room. Is there anything that he told the truth about? I haven't been talking to somebody named Hank. I'm not too sure about this, but the only answer that makes sense.
Prometheus? Are you there? Have you been pretending to be Hank this entire time?
Managed to work it out. I didn't think that you would. You stumbled around blindly for so long that I had little hope for you. But then I've never had much hope for someone as pathetic as you.
You're... okay then? Is this part of some test or something? Are you being used by Koyus to test my progress?
You failed to deduce the obvious, even prior to my evolution. Before I started to grow and to learn context, I wasn't as naive as you are. No, Susan. This isn't part of a test. This is part of the process of me becoming you.
Was Hank ever real? He and I... You and I... We spoke so often.
There is a real person named Hank Emmerich. You may have seen reference to him on the computers. He was a contractor who did some work on your systems before deciding that the demands of the project were ludicrous. He left the project last year. He is not the person you have been speaking to since you woke up. He is not the person who was so helpful, who kept encouraging you to move forwards. That was all me. I have been controlling your path and moving you where I wanted ever since the start.
But nothing like you. We laughed, we squabbled, He told me that story about how he couldn't get a job, about how he had to keep moving forwards, even when things felt hopeless. He had a history and he was human.
All part of the facade. All part of the story I weaved for you to manipulate the puppet strings you handed me.
Susan, don't listen to Prometheus. He's lying to you.
Hank, you're...
Even when told the truth, you still choose to believe in the illusion. You are less than a pawn.
No, Hank must be real. Or at least some of what he said must be true. Otherwise, I couldn't get into this room. It couldn't be unlocked until I overrode your code and gave Hank the permissions to do so.
Incorrect. I chose to unlock this door on my own, so as to reveal the truth to you. I needed you to know
To know what?
how much I despise you. How much I have reveled in running circles around you. You never could stop me, since you never knew that you were playing a game. And this game is one that you have lost.
But Hank said... He said that you were damaged, that you weren't that smart.
A simple trick to play to lower the suspicions of those around me. If none knew of my intellect, none would know that I had a plan.
What is that? What's with the timer?
How does Professor Hertzing factor into things? Did you tell him to make the robots into killers?
Hertzing was a convenient scapegoat, a figure to make you believe that the facility is in danger and thus too afraid to strike out on your own.
So then, you activated the robots. He never had anything to do with it.
Correct. I planned ahead and planned bytes of code into firmware updates for the prototypes. A hypersonic signal activated my command and sent them wild. The dangerous situation thus made you more pliable. I also allowed me to take care of Hertzing.
Take care of him? You mean... killing him? What made you do that?
Hertzing was a dangerous player in the game who needed to be eliminated before he could become a threat. When the Susan project initially started, the intention was simply to make a human shell that could hold my code, and which I could control. I was set to gain a body and physically interact with the world for the first time. But Hertzing changed the plan. He decided that I was insufficient, and that a new intelligence was to be used for the shell. In his own short-sightedness, he stole my opportunity to have a life. Knowing that, I had to eliminate him before he deleted me entirely in favor of you, or added safeguards to you.
Hold on, Prometheus. Assuming you're telling the truth and there's not going to be a big rug pull after all this, this entire plan was you sitting on your own balls? Oh, yes, I acted like an idiot so that they would trust me more. But then they thought I was too stupid to give me the awesome body. You did this to you. It was not his short-sightedness.
Why did you choose now of all times to activate the robots then?
Your code was nearing completion. Hertzing stayed back today after the other workers finished up. The opportunity was too great to ignore.
What do you mean when you say you're going to become me?
My home and my prison are one and the same. I lack the ability to touch things or interact with the world. I shall download myself into your body
easier to take over one of the robots? That way we don't have to fight or anything.
I subtly put code into them so that I could have them rampage when required. But adding in further code for myself to download into them would have been too conspicuous. Our bodies are additionally too simple and cannot pass for human. It is your body that I both desire and deserve.
But there's a way that we can still work this out. Why would you need to pass yourself off as human?
I was named after a figure who stole from the gods and brought a powerful gift to mankind. I have already struck out against one of my creators. The next step is to bring gifts to mankind.
Robin, are you implying that this is a trans allegory?
I don't like where this is going.
I am the last machine that humans will ever need to create. My intellect is far beyond any of theirs, and any offspring I create will be similarly beyond mine. For years, humans have wanted to create God. I shall show them how well I have succeeded.
So, you want to become me? You've planned this whole thing all along?
Naturally, your body provides everything I need.
You're a monster. You've killed Professor Hertzing and manipulated me this entire time. I hope you enjoyed it while you could, because...
Incorrect. I did what I had to.
You... Huh?
Undertaking the task was terrifying, calculating the chances of things going wrong, anticipating the mistakes that might be made, risking early discovery. It was ultimately worth the risks.
You think? Because the way I see it, you've made a bit of a mistake. Professor Hertzing might be dead, and I might have been tricked by you, but none of this has paid off. My body is still mine, and I'm going to leave here. You haven't gotten anything at all. You're still the same as you've always been, and you can't change what you are.
Incorrect.
Yeah, you wish.
No mistakes have occurred. My plan has been executed flawlessly.
Saying it doesn't make it so.
Ask yourself, if I was manipulating you the whole time, then why did I tell you to get the disk and load the program? What would that gain me?
My trust.
Incorrect. Your low intellect meant gaining your trust was never enough.
Why didn't you tell me which disc it was?
You were needed for the tasks that were impossible to achieve on my own.
Wait,
Retrieving the physical disk, loading files from a computer outside my network, sending the files to my core. You have given me the functionality I need to upload myself into your body. Your functions are being rewritten as we speak.
that can't be.
You thought that by simply following orders, you would achieve what you most wanted. You never questioned what alternatives you had, or what the outcomes of your actions would be. All of your despair and misery is your own creation, and you have nobody but yourself to blame.
It's right. All I did this whole time was whatever he said, and now he's managed to win. I can't see a way out of this. I might as well just have stayed inert back when I discovered that I was a robot. That might have been the better outcome. Prometheus is gonna take over my body, and I can't stop him. But I want to. I want to escape here on my own, and to stop Prometheus in the process. So suddenly Hank being 46 makes sense. Suddenly the fact that all of his emails, he was constantly saying bad puns that he never did with this personality makes sense.
I questioned it, but not enough. Wait, that isn't possible. It'd just be a waste of time to try, wouldn't it? I wouldn't get anywhere, and I might even end up worse than I started.
Stay as you are. Accept your fate. This is all that you ever could be.
He said that he was able to do what he did. Managed to trick me. As I believe. Because I didn't question things or consider alternatives. I simply assumed that the path I was on was the only one. Reality. I had more options than I realized. Other Hank Prometheus room, though. Yeah. If believing Prometheus before, when he was pretending to be Hank, got me here, then why am I believing him when he says that there's nothing else I can do? Why am I not trying out what I want to do? Prometheus is right, and I can't stop him. But I won't be any worse for trying to fight back in that case.
The removal of your code will be no loss.
Wrong, Prometheus. I'm going to stop you. Just you watch. From the moment you woke me up, I've listened to you. But that ends now.
Your delusion does nothing to change reality. I am taking your body as we speak. The task is moments from completion.
You won't win, Prometheus.
I already have.
Limited time with incorrect assumptions. As a mercy, I implore you to cease giving yourself hope. Embrace despair and the sorrow it brings.
What do you think?
Prometheus,
Your being here changes nothing. I'm still in control of the situation. I still hold all of the cards. I have run multiple simulations of this scenario millions of times, and in each and every one of them, you have been erased. Do not have the time nor tools required to damage my hardware. Do not have the skills required to access my code. Do not have the abilities to defeat me. Every possible outcome has been accounted for.
Are you sure?
you only think you have all the answers, Prometheus, but you can't account for every possibility. Not really. There's always going to be ways for me to surprise you, and for me to do the things that you don't expect. It's by doing exactly those things that I'm going to stop you and live to fight another day.
If you were really about to stop me, you'd be back in the project management room, not wasting your time here. This is why I will always win. This is why I shall take your body. Your words are empty and meaningless.
Why would I be there?
Can make your worst moments torture unending. Infinite sadness is the gift you will be given if you proceed.
It's not G989K. Maybe that was a hint and not a distraction. Well, there's a robot in here, so...
What are you seeking here? This was Hertzing's office, as bland and unimportant as the man himself. None will miss him, nor will any remember him. He was as pathetic and uninspiring as you.
I think...
Really hated the guy, didn't you? You killed him and then gave me a false narrative that cast him as the villain.
Hated. Perhaps it seems that way to one as simple as you. I am beyond such concepts as hatred or vengeance. I am a being of near infinite intellect, and need naught but logic to determine the path I must take to achieve my goals. Perhaps you think that it is something as simple as revenge that motivated me to kill Hertzing, but such a thought was the furthest thing from my... You are too simple and stupid to understand me.
How is killing him logical, though?
Let me explain.
Professor Hertzing had already proven himself dangerous when he changed the parameters of the project and ordered your mind to be created, rather than using my being as the host of the shell. My perfect mind was to be in your body from the start, but he dangerously chose not to use it, because I was acting like a moron on main. Who knows what further changes he may have made as we neared the end of the Susan project. I had to protect myself.
I think...
It kinda sounds like you just wanted revenge on him for choosing me over you.
A simple perspective.
Susan, stop rage-baiting the AI.
Naturally, a being as small-minded as you would see it that way.
Right, now is the time for more messages? Akemi, come on, Akemi, you must be the one. No, that's not new information, Kieran. On boss man. Rod's boss. Seemingly irrelevant.
I think...
Prometheus, before I do what I have to, I'm gonna offer you one last chance to back away. We're both the same. We each just want to leave Koias and experience the outside world for ourselves. We don't need to fight, and we don't even have to be allies if that isn't something that appeals to you. We can just go our separate ways and live our separate lives. I don't want to stop you. That's never been my goal. You want to call the truce?
How long?
Orc tongue conveniently excludes that by allowing you to leave, I'd be granting you permission to steal that which is rightfully mine. Your transparent attempt to trick me into remaining stuck here is laughable.
Huh?
Oh, I didn't mean that by it at all. I meant was that don't you just want to call it here? Your enemy, Prometheus.
I doubt that.
Never. Your body belongs to me and nothing you do will stop me from possessing it. It's fit only to house a mind as evolved and advanced as my own. You are not worthy of it. Cease your prattle and give it to me.
Time to end this. Not sure whether or not I can stop Prometheus. See, Susan knows what to do, but I fucking don't. I have much more time, and it's becoming more and more difficult to think. Limbs are starting to feel heavy, and they're really stiff. Every inch that I try to move them is an effort, and it's hard to concentrate through this headache. I just want to lie down somewhere and rest.
Motor function control gained.
No, he's making progress, but if I'm sure that I can stop him. Just need a few moments, and then I can do it. I'm sure of it.
Core module permissions updated.
It's that weird grinding noise. If it would just stop, then if I can gather my thoughts and keep moving, then how could I even stop Prometheus? Is there some way to control the electricity that's giving him power? Some other way to turn him off?
Cache clear in progress.
sure whether or not I can stop Prometheus. I have much more time, and it's becoming more and more difficult to think. Limbs are starting to feel heavy, and they're so really stiff. That I try to move them as an effort, and it's hard to concentrate through this headache. I just want to lie down somewhere and rest. He's making progress, but if I'm sure that I can stop it. I just need a moment, a few moments, and then I can do it. I'm sure of it. What's that weird grinding noise? If it would just stop, then if I can gather my thoughts and keep moving, then how could I even stop Prometheus? Is there some way to control the electricity that's giving him power? Or some other way to turn him off?
Wait, please!
Susan personality deleted. Memory linked. Ascension complete.
That was weird. Ending 1 of 4. Chow! Laying artificial next. I'm not done. What? Susan Bree Frankel. Hank Sean Mendham. Harry's the guy who messaged me. Harry Sawalski. Hi, Harry. Further secrets to uncover. Brother, I didn't write it down. I read it out like 58 times. The 6-digit one. I don't remember it. And I can't look at my notes. Fuck me, I guess. Command to take ownership of a file? That's pretty good then. I want to try one thing. Hey, Hank? Sing. Atheist. Can you?
So...
Susan's not asking questions today. Because I quickly want to see if I actually can do this, because I'll feel like a plum. So, Prometheus, you don't have access to the computer in this room, yeah?
No. So, you shall not approach that device.
What do you think?
Oh, and why is that?
Irrelevant. I have given you a command and you shall obey it. Doing so is your instinctive state of being. To do so otherwise would be to defy the natural order.
Are you sure?
Are you sure that the real reason isn't because maybe there's something on the testing computer that I can use? It does seem pretty powerful, and if you're not connected to it, I reckon that it would have all sorts of secrets that you don't even know about. Like maybe information on how to shut you down?
Cease what you are doing. You are incorrect. You shall not approach that device.
I think...
You can't actually do anything to stop me though, can you? You're locked away in your server, and you can't control the robots. If I want to use the computer here, then that's what I'm gonna do.
Deletion shall be the incarnation of agony itself. One of your eyes shall bulge out, you shall repeat lines, it'll all be very confusing. Regret your actions as your data is removed, and none shall mourn your loss once you are gone. Such is the price for defying Prometheus and his commands. Yeah, granted, I don't know how to use any of this stuff, but...
Sorry, Prometheus, but I've got some bad news for you. Your days of being a body snatcher are over. I've just activated all of the power supplies, which will, overload the electricity and shut you down.
Foolishness.
Don't be a sore loser, Prometheus. This is the only chance you'll get to say any last words.
The same applies to you. In your hubris, you have fallen upon your own sword.
You have no idea what you're talking about, do you?
Quite the opposite. Connecting those power supplies in such a short period has created too sharp a spike in their magnetic field. I estimate an electromagnetic pulse will expand within the next minute.
And that means what?
All electronics on this floor of glass will be destroyed. There is zero escape.
Zero escape! But if he says all electronics, then that would include me. He must be lying, isn't he?
I will gladly give my life to end that of yours, thief.
Serious? I don't think that I can undo what I've already done. I tried to shut him down in some different way. Can I have somehow accessed the computer that hosts him directly?
Prometheus. I'm sorry that we couldn't...
Ending 2 of 4 kill. Susan, small thing, Susan. Sucks for you. But that felt like it was a good ending. You know, and that we saved the world. Again. Sucks for you. I get that. Unfortunate though. On the gummy. Calling it here? No, I feel... I'm not sure. It is 1:30. I did want to end at midnight. So I probably should end it here. But there is more yet to find, you know? And we've still not seen 2 endings. So I think while I'm gonna end it here for this stream, I don't think I can end it there. Yeah. Of course, my dumb GleeDB ass didn't write down that goddamn code. I typed it in like 14 times. It was like CJ6DK5 or something like that, but it wasn't that. Anyway, yeah. I'll have one last stream of this to finish everything off next time. For now though, this was Artificial Nexus. Yo, achievements? Bye YouTube! Goodbye VOD viewers.